I gotta go lie the other way or some shit. Hey, how long we have been burping? Let me see. Got coming on. I went to sleep, guy. Boy, you keep me big. No.
On the gang.
My bad. Let me see. Trying to see if I can do it. Somebody talking. Somebody in that bitch. Trying to see how long we been fucking. Yeah, I need some cornerbacks, man. I'm drafting some cornerbacks. I need some fucking cornerbacks. I need some cornerbacks. Anybody want to be a cornerback? I need somebody. I need two people. I need one on each corner to protect the beast line. See, we got to twist this bitch back around, lay it flat, and protect those corners where they came in at. From Canada to Canaan, we got to protect the corners. You know, we on the nigger side of the falls there. The Canadian falls, we on the nigger side of the falls there. You know what I'm talking about? You got to go all the way across that bitch and draw us a line from Canada to Canaan. And keep them motherfuckers up our shit. And understand that North America is in the west. Canada's sitting in the north. And they usurp North America. Who that? Usurp North America. Who telling them to move out of Middle? Man, fuck that shit. And they usurp North America. He stay on the Moors ass. You tell me he stay on their ass though. Well, my nigga ugly. He go check her back out there, my nigga. And usurp North America. And that's what they call the belly of the beast. Once you start fucking with this shit, you'll let me see how long this bitch has been buffing.
You don't be able to.
She said something about if you go to watch later. What she said? Okay, if you go to watch later, it will make the live in regular format. If you go to watch later, what you mean if I go to watch later? How? I just want to know how long that live went. I just want to know how long that live went if I go to watch later. Watch later. Oh, my watch, I ain't got no watch later this over here. My playlist is like watch later on some of these hoes. I don't know how to get to watch later. I had some watch later in this motherfucker. But I don't know where that motherfucker at. I don't know how to do it. Trying to see this guy here by the bottom. I see 1 o'clock. I'm behind building this. I used to like that no party shit. I can't ever get all the way through. That bitch 6 hours long.
This is what I had, what? They're the same with my did get the Soviets and Russia the leeway. They named it Russian America. And it don't send out to the left of Canada, none of that shit like it wrap around no ball. It sit right there where it supposed to sit, right there next to Japan, bitch. And you got some more Japan islands and shit where you will find the Tartar Strait. Yeah. Where they try to show the Tartar Strait at now, but we can go bust that shit up too. And we gonna put Hawaii in the Sandwich Islands. The 4 or 5 little islands that follow Hawaii on the Sandwich Islands. We gonna put them in the Pacific where they supposed to be at too. Cause the Pacific waters are not that large. And so I go on this bitch to expose to Mongolia. And all of a sudden my shit, I can't go live and all that shit, right? Just snatch a nigga down out the motherfucking clear blue. He know my what to do. AI face ass nigga. I don't even think you a real person, bitch. You another nominee. What don't you tell you more than in the background? Some of you rich motherfuckers still around. You got a lot of motherfuckers carrying your crowd. But I give a fuck about any religion. And you might as well be religious up because y'all bitches Masonic. Y'all more very Masonic, motherfucker. Masonic up on who's construct, though. Because ain't no motherfucking Africans Masonic, nigga. They call this shit the crowd.
You know what I'm saying? So it is actually half of what it was 25 years ago. You see, and I witnessed it myself. So you talking about cities that just been wiped the fuck out, and all you can do is bring the fucking military in.
What do you do?
You see, that ain't gonna change.
Man, that's what they do. I declare war on the gangs of
It ain't
Chicago.
gonna
The first thing he
change
said when he got in office, my
But
nigga,
y'all just
man, he
say,
left
well,
dictator trying to tell you
they
what's going on.
really doing the Netanyahu, Gaza City.
Shit, hold up.
That's that a city down there in fucking whatever, El Salvador. Yeah, El Salvador. If they saying that they'll take all the motherfucking prisoners that you can fucking get. So if they open up, he'll send their ass all them niggas down there to El Salvador, and he'll build fucking skyscrapers where projects used to be. This is their fucking blueprint. They don't give a fuck. You see, they do not give a fuck. So, you know,
This you can't goddamn stay live, goddamn the fuck wrong with you.
You know, ain't no making it right. Cause the motherfucker coming in that ain't getting shit right. So anybody out there saying, oh, we glad, that ain't getting shit right. Nigga, that's another layer of extermination at the end of the day. And I understand but that ain't gonna get it right. Okay, if you want to get the shit right, let's get it right. You see, and the motherfuckers in power not gonna get it right. This shit could have, just like motherfucker, if motherfucker had the energy, just like to bring the military in and say, you know what, we gonna focus on these schools. We gonna get them everything, books. We gonna pay the teachers so that they could perform on the highest level. They gonna, once you pay them, then make them go to work. You see what I'm saying? Get them kids right, you know, and get progressive teaching styles.
I'm trying to go to history
with the world and shit, you know, advance in science, mathematics and shit. Leave the culture alone. We don't need you to do that. Science, mathematics, get some music back in the schools and shit, get all type of, athletics in the schools, so they ain't got to be doing shit in there. They got all kind of shit waiting on them at school. You see what I'm saying? From academic to sports to all of that. After school programs and shit. And just get these, get the men in the community, you understand, to be out there on these motherfucking streets. But if the kids' minds is thinking about the other things, and you get it going in the generations, and you get another generation, and they didn't forgot about the dumb shit, then you can gravitate the kids into another direction. You see, and that's all it takes. You see what I'm saying? But if a motherfucker can't,
man,
he
what
ain't
the
got
fuck
no
are my flat earth
friends, and he
videos
coming
at?
out of elementary already failing. He already know he gonna fail in junior high. Fuck high school. That's what these niggas do. Fuck elementary. You understand? I'd rather, I'm trying to get me a motherfucking bag. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get me a motherfucking bag. I ain't fuck ABC. You see what I'm saying? I ain't never seen nothing I could do with no motherfucking ABCs. These niggas out here, I done seen my grand and daddies and uncles. These niggas ain't doing shit. So if they ain't did shit with no ABC, what the fuck? These niggas got jewels and cars and shit in there. I want that. You see what I'm saying? I don't see nothing I can get with no motherfucking ABC.
We were able to use Google Ads geo-targeting to tap into major US cities. Overall, we were getting a 15 times return on ad spend.
From the beginning of recorded history.
Oh shit, that nigga got that motherfucker up there.
Man, and change that shit.
He the only flat earther I ever seen fuck with this map. The rest of them niggas don't even fuck with the map. He the only one I ever seen fuck with it. He come right on with the goddamn map I be talking about.
Individuals and shit, and motherfucker invest in that. You ain't investing in that. You investing overseas. You investing in the fucking Ukraine.
And for thousands upon thousands of years, cultures across the entire world all believed the earth was flat. Their various cosmologies and cosmogonies differed in slight ways, but their overall geographies and astronomies were incredibly consistent and in fact virtually identical. The earth was a stationary plane, void of any motion or curvature, flat across its entire expanse, except of course for hills, mountains, and valleys. The North Pole
on the and say, it ain't they motherfucking fault. That's how it is. When you got 1% that got damn near 50% of the wealth, then you got the other 10% right up under them that got another 40%, 42%. So the top 11% got over 90% of the motherfucking wealth in the United States. Y'all don't see no problem in that. You blame it on the little nigga. Say, it's your fault. You didn't go to school, and it's your fault you didn't get an education. So I could be the next motherfucker with a $50,000 job when a motherfucker supposed to be getting 150. You understand what I'm saying? And this, that, and the third. You done went to school for fucking 5-6 years, get a $50,000 motherfucking job, and motherfucker can't even barely live with that. You see what I'm saying? While the top 11% got 94% of the fucking wealth in the goddamn United States. And don't nobody see problem with that. You see, blame it on it's your fault, motherfucker, that you don't want to live on crumbs. You see, and the fucking inflation, they don't make that shit no better. Because you can make $100,000 with the fucking inflation that they got today. It's like you're making fucking 50,000. 100,000 damn near like a 50,000. 60,000. You see what I'm saying? So that shit don't mean nothing. And then when, so that's the reality of it. So, I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. You feel me? You got to change the top. That's what you got to change. Motherfuckers want the motherfucking bottom to motherfucking submit. That's all.
I wish that nigga understood this bitch was flat. You're coming to some more realization about these motherfuckers. I stay on it. Because our niggas floating in space. Stay on it. I used to wake me up more and more. Fuck up my goddamn charge at. charge, y'all. I'm gonna goddamn go ahead and I can't do that. Let me get my charge. Go back here. Side to set it, man. That my nigga. It's flat though, bro. When you take them corners back, Canada to Canaan. They ain't pulled up no adequate tombs, adequate temples, no archaeological evidence of no fucking Canaanites that's supposed to be African people. But the story said they goddamn just killed all of them. They was supposed to have them to them in the Bible. God supposed to send them down up through there and said they was quiet, peaceable people. They had the nerve to say they was quiet, peaceable people. And God said kill every man, woman, and child in that bitch. Cut the babies out the stomachs and everything else. Because this is the land I promised my Jews, my Israelites. So they go to kill all of them. So when you killed all of them, what happened to all the archaeological evidence that they were there? Fuck a Canaanite. Take that corner back. Ain't nobody went over there. They try to live over that bitch. That's the connection, the tertiary motherfucker in there. They use Canada to curse me. My charge there. Ain't no motherfucking nigga. Ain't no motherfucking goddamn Africans went over there across, no black folk went over there crossing it. And then they collaborate the story. They say what that was up. But ain't no motherfucker went over there motherfucking goddamn Canaan and set up no shop over there. So that they use that story to curse Ham and the rest of the goddamn black generations itself. The Negro though. They had it in for a Negro. A Negro is an Aboriginal out of the West. And told us we came from them niggas. No, we bought some niggas out of slavery from Mongolia. Y'all motherfuckers. You know what I'm talking about? Y'all was just playing the video. Hold up. Go to the history. Go to my history. I was just playing one of my old. But I ain't gonna show it like that. So I gotta go back and find which one I want to play. Which one I was playing. Which one I was playing? I think it was this one right here.
Except, of course, for hills, mountains, and valleys.
Right
from the beginning of recorded...
That's my little map right there. That's our map right there. And on that map right there, we already discovered the end of this here right next to this fake-ass pole that they created. And if you zoom in on that map, I started trying to play that map the other night, they started coming live off. You're going to draw a line. They already got a line drawn on the bitch, but you got to tilt that bitch back. And you draw that motherfucking line. You got to tilt it back. Just draw a line. Going right around where goddamn Canada and the United States split. All the way back over to Cayman. See, this how they usurped us into the North. They took North America and put us on the bending North in the bed of the beast. No, we from the West. We're the northern side of the Americas. We Northern Americas, yeah, that way. But we Westerners. We from the West. We from the West Indies. And up north, they counted on over that way, not up that way, but over that way. Got to start talking in perspective. Got to put things in perspective and talk in perspective. You dig what I'm saying? You dig what I'm saying? And that's how we got to do this shit. Oh, cat don't wake up. But if they don't, it's all good. That's how I go to sleep.
From the beginning of recorded history, and for thousands upon thousands of years, cultures across the entire world all
you can look right there, that map. You do this right here. I blow this one up. Look right down here, this goddamn map here. You see that's what South America. And that little pink part down there, all that little pink part, that's Antarctica. And here we got a divide in the ice right there. This yellow part right here, that's South America. That's where Magellan went through. That little straight right there. They go through in between Antarctica and South America. And Antarctica is that pink part. The ice don't go all the way around. As we would think. As I was taught when I first came into flat Earth. That's an illusion in my head until proven otherwise. Huh? And you see it stop. See? And that's Australian shit up under here. And Australia and India way over there to the motherfucking east, like we're supposed to be, over there in the east. This the south and this the west. That's where we draw our line on the ass. From Canada to Canada. Draw our line on the ass. That's their side of the earth over there. Not up there, but over there. Understand? That's their side of the earth over there. You don't stop playing with me. Straight up though. I'm gonna let this shit run this roll.
Years, cultures across the entire world all believed the earth was flat. Their various cosmologies and cosmogonies differed in slight ways, but their overall geographies and astronomies were incredibly consistent and in fact virtually identical. The earth was a stationary plane, void of any motion or curvature, flat across its entire expanse.
Classified military information that became unclassified. I gotta find out where I found all that shit. I gotta get back on my old shit, but it says all U.S. militaries make their calculations about the earth according to a flat stationary plane. All U.S. militaries, not one branch, all U.S. militaries make their calculations about the earth according to a flat stationary plane. That's all we hear them with facts. Let's go.
Except, of course, for hills, mountains, and valleys. The North Pole was the magnetic monopole center point of flat Earth, with Polaris, the North Pole star, situated directly above. Polaris was the only motionless star in the heavens, with all the other constellations revolving perfect circles over the Earth every night. The stars were divided into two categories, known as the fixed stars and the wandering stars. The fixed stars were so-called.
The wandering stars will become the planets, but they in the sky. Fixed stars and wandering stars, and this will make the star series so important. This is how we navigated it on the waters according to this star. The star Polaris, Sirius, whatever you want to call it. And the rest of the stars we call fixated stars, and the other stars that that became their planets were wandering stars. And that book said that motherfucking beast is gonna send us into wonder, and that's what they do. The United States, goddamn, is a motherfucking place that send us into wonder. They ain't worried about a nigga no more, cause they think a nigga ain't gonna never figure this shit out.
Because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to stay fixed in their constellation patterns, night after night, year after year, century after century, never changing their relative positions. The wandering stars, what are today referred to as planets, were so called because they were observed then, as we can observe today, to wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like patterns, making both forward and retrograde motions over and around the Earth during their cycles. The sun and moon were both of equal size, and they too revolved over and around the motionless Earth, as immortalized in the Chinese yin-yang symbol. The sun and moon were much closer to Earth.
Like who symbol? The Mongolian symbol? These motherfucking Mongolians know what the fuck going on. These Mongolians know what the fuck going on, and they behind the world script, and they the ones make the United States look stupid once you start figuring this shit out. They the ones make the United States look stupid once you figure this shit out. Let's go.
Than supposed nowadays, and each shined with their own unique opposite lights. The sun's being warm, golden, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, and the moon's light being cold, silver, damp, putrefying, and septic. The sun and moon, as though connected to a magnetic maypole, made alternating spiral journeys over and around the Earth every year. The sun began its journey at the Tropic of Capricorn at the winter solstice, where it made its fastest and longest circle over the Earth. For the next 3 months, every day, the sun slightly narrowed its path and slowed its speed, until, by the spring equinox, the sun had spiraled its way from the Tropic of Capricorn to the equator. Then for the next 3 months, again every day the sun continued to slightly narrow its path and slow its speed, until the summer solstice, when the sun made its smallest, slowest circle around the Tropic of Cancer. Once the sun reached this innermost circle, like the ribbons and dancers around the maypole, the sun would then begin its opposing, widening, quickening journey back to the Tropic of Capricorn. For the next 3 months, every day, the sun slightly widened its path and hastened its speed until the autumnal equinox. The sun had spiraled its way from the Tropic of Cancer back to the equator. Then for the next 3 months, again every day, the sun continued to slightly widen its path and hasten its speed until the winter solstice, when the sun made its largest, fastest circle around the Tropic of Capricorn, and the annual journey began again. The moon had a similar yearly path, revolving over and around the earth, but unlike the sun,
like the people who goddamn made the Mayan calendar, aka the Olmec calendar, like the Olmecs already knew that, because this shit like the Olmec motherfucking goddamn calendar. And they calculating what's going on in the stars, in the heavens. And the God that's on front of the goddamn Olmec calendar, he went all the way into Egypt, all the way on to India, all that shit. They're gonna respect this West, and they owe me for all that goddamn dope they took out this hole. They got dope all over the world. I'm talking about that coke. I ain't talking about that medicine in their hospital. I'm talking about that cocaine. They owe us for our dope, man. That's our shit. That's what they came for. So we feeding the hole. They want to come take it out.
which constantly changed its speed to keep a consistent 24-hour day. The moon's speed never changed, so depending on its latitude, the moon was observed then, as we can observe today, to take approximately 24.7 to 25 hours per cycle. This is why at different times and places during each month, we can see the moon in the morning, afternoon, or night.
Ooh.
This is also the origin of old fairy tales, such as the hare and the hedgehog, or the tortoise and the hare. The hare...
Man, that boy goddamn explaining how the moon, how the eclipse working, and the moon on its axis moves slower than the sun and all that shit. That's how he catch up with his ass and pass him sometimes. And the motherfucker reveal itself as being the motherfucking light of the world. That black melanated disc that sit inside that goddamn sun. It's the heavenly Father. Yeah.
Like the sun, begins the annual race full of energy, excitement, and ego, declaring himself the definite winner, and gets off to an immediate head start. Meanwhile, equally confident in his seemingly lesser abilities, the humble, slow, and steady tortoise moon begins as well, allowing the hare to lead. As the race carries on, the cocky hare tires and slows down, or takes a nap, at which point the tortoise overtakes him. This is analogous to the moon reaching the Tropic of Cancer before the sun each year, and beginning its return journey. When the hare reaches this halfway point of the race, he realizes his lackluster attitude has resulted in being overtaken by the slower tortoise, and begins to speed up again. Then for the remainder of the race, the sun picks up speed day by day, gaining on the moon, but ultimately losing as the slow and steady tortoise reaches the finish line before the hare and wins. So for ancient man, Earth and Polaris were the two immovable center points of the universe, around which the sun, moon, and other stars all revolved in a dome-like shape. Some cultures believed in a literal physical solid dome or firmament to which the fixed stars were bound. Other cultures mythologized the axis mundi as the world tree, with Polaris at the center, and all the other constellations forming the branches. In these flat earth depictions, the North Pole occupied the center point, and south was all straight lines extending outwards from there. East and west were not straight lines, as is assumed nowadays, but were in fact circles, just like all lines of latitude and the paths of the celestial bodies. The southern circumference of the Earth was surrounded by a gigantic wall of ice, 150 to 200 feet above sea level, holding the interconnected oceans in like a World Cup. Beyond the ice wall, some cultures claimed a firm barrier existed which no human could penetrate. Other cultures believed there were entire worlds and other civilizations existing beyond the Antarctic ice. Currently, and for the past half-century, there has existed an international Antarctic treaty preventing all independent exploration of Antarctica. Pre-approved guided tours exist, which take visitors to a few coastal regions of Antarctica, but no independent exploration of the continent is allowed. Sailors like Jarl Anderhoy have been caught attempting to explore Antarctica and threatened, turned around at gunpoint, fined, and jailed for violating this militarily enforced international treaty. As a result, the public currently has no way to confirm or deny the seemingly fantastical claims of ancient man concerning what may or may not exist at the southernmost extremities of the Earth. We can, however, confirm that this icy plateau surrounding the southern...
I used to think there was an ice wall going all the way around this bitch. But I do think they got an ice wall, an icy area on their side of the Earth. And that's when they draw the poles from their side of the ice into our ice. But this wall, a complete ice wall, I do not know. If I say that, then I'm going on another man's thoughts. That's why I go do my own investigation and try to see shit for myself. That's why I'm breaking down this map and the way I do it. And I'm revealing some hidden lands, and I'm revealing some wannabe hidden locations as I do so. And now they want to tell you that everything we coming up with off this shit is some fake shit. They just start saying it in 2020, 2021, like they playing games and it's supposed to be a game, they making up some shit. Yeah, it's been a game y'all making up. That's gonna be our excuse. That's gonna be the United States excuse, I guess, that they playing games because the bitches ain't never went to no moon or none of that shit. Flat motherfucking power, man. I'm back in the building, dog. Let's go.
The circumference of the Earth most certainly exists. We can confirm that Polaris is indeed the only non-moving star in the sky. All the fixed stars indeed rotate perfect circles around Polaris, while remaining stuck in their relative constellations night after night, year after year, century after century. The wandering stars, or planets, do indeed wander the heavens, taking their own unique spirograph-like paths when charted from a geocentric perspective. The sun and moon are indeed observably of equal size and revolve over and around us in daily cycles. Just as the ancients observed, the sun's annual path does indeed travel from the Tropic of Capricorn at the winter solstice to the equator at spring equinox, to the Tropic of Cancer at the summer solstice, back to the equator at autumnal equinox, and finally back to the Tropic of Capricorn at winter solstice. The sun's light is indeed warm, golden, drying, preservative, and antiseptic, while the moon's light is indeed cold, silver, damp, putrefying, and septic. A thermometer placed in the sun's light will always read warmer than a thermometer placed in the sun's shade, while a thermometer placed in the moon's light will always read cooler than a thermometer placed in the moon's shade. Plant and animal substances exposed to sunlight quickly dry, shrink, coagulate, and lose their tendency to decompose and putrefy, whereas plant and animal substances exposed to moonlight will quickly show symptoms of putrefaction and decay. Last but not least, just as the ancients espoused, the Earth is observably motionless to all our senses, and the horizon remains perfectly flat as far as the eye can see. Not only does the horizon remain perfectly flat 360 degrees around the observer, but whether at sea level, the top of Mount Everest, 35,000 feet high in an airplane, or even at over 100,000 feet high, the highest any amateur hot air balloon has ever flown, the flat horizon actually rises to the eye level of the observer all the way up.
There's a video showing you how the Earth really works. We're not a water ball. We're not one of the fixated stars or one of the wandering stars that's in the heavens.
On a globular Earth, no matter how large it is assumed to be, the horizon would remain where it was, and the rising observer would have to tilt his head downwards, further and further, the higher they rose, to see the steadily falling horizon. Many people will be shocked to know that to this day, every single scientific experiment ever devised to show the alleged motion of the Earth has failed to do so. or given evidence of the opposite, that the Earth is indeed motionless. And every attempt ever made to measure the alleged curvature of the Earth has failed to do so, or given evidence of the opposite, that the Earth is indeed flat.
Yeah, flat it is.
The first person in
Water
recorded
fall,
history
water don't
to ever
ball.
claim that Earth was
Water
anything
don't
but
go
the
up over
flat,
your head,
motionless
and no boat
center of the
ride uphill or
universe
downhill.
was a Greek
It rides flat in
mathematician
the
and
water.
philosopher named Pythagoras of Samos, around 500 BC. Interestingly enough, Pythagoras has also been touted by Freemasonic historians such as Albert Mackey, James Anderson, William Hutchinson, and William Preston as being the very first.
Look at that motherfucker down in that right-hand corner. You see that motherfucker in that right-hand corner right there? You see that iron contraption he has in his hand on that statue? You see that motherfucker in that middle right there? That's how they created the globe. They said they created it for them. You do not ever know their location or what the fuck they're doing in the east. Africans, all of them was trying to get over to the west where that cocaine was at, and a lot more things, trying to get over to our side of the earth. Our side of the earth. Big. That's what this is.
James Anderson, William Hutchinson, and William Preston as being the very first Freemason. Presented more as a thought experiment than a complete cosmology, Pythagoras posited that if Earth were a spherical globe turning on its vertical axis once per day while revolving annually.
Pythagoras and all those motherfuckers were taught by the Egyptians. In the northern part of the South, Africa will be sitting in the south southern corner of the earth. In the northern part of Africa was usurped. They was in cahoots with those Europeans and Asians. The Asian is original Oriental, which is a Mongolian that runs the east and the far east. And they all came against the Americas. And the Americas sit in the west, and the Neanderthals sits in the north. And these are the corners of the earth. Let's go.
Around a stationary sun. This model could also equally explain the cyclical motions of the heavenly bodies. This heliocentric model was taught to initiates at Pythagoras' Crotona school, but never became popular or had an influence outside of Greece for another 2,000 years. A century later, another Greek mathematician and philosopher named Plato also espoused a spherical Earth cosmology, except he claimed the Earth globe to be the motionless center of the universe, with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around. His most famous student, Aristotle, also wrote about this geocentric globe-Earth cosmology in his book On the Heavens, offering three main points of evidence for his theory. Firstly, Aristotle noted that when sailing away from an observer on shore, ships approaching the horizon disappeared from view, hull before masthead, and he postulated that this occurrence was due to the curvature of the Earth. Aristotle argued that the hull disappeared first because beyond.
Go check out the videos about the Chicago skyline. It should be disappeared up under this curve after so many miles. The water is tricky. It'll give you an illusion. It's a great conductor of energy. It's a great thing. And they playing with it. I never seen a water ball in my life.
The horizon, the globe Earth curved downwards, causing the hull and eventually the masthead and entire ship to drop below the curvature. Today, we can easily prove that Aristotle was incorrect in his assumption by using telescopes, binoculars, and zoom cameras. Once a ship has completely disappeared beyond the horizon, modern technology allows us to zoom in and bring the entire vessel, hull and all, back into full view. This proves that ships do not disappear hull first due to the alleged curvature of the Earth, and that the horizon line is in fact merely the vanishing point of perspective from a given observer's point of view, and not, as Aristotle supposed, the beginning of the Earth's curvature. The horizon is subjective and varies in distance depending on the weather, the observer's height, and the strength of his eyesight or instruments. As noted previously, the horizon actually rises to the eye of the observer no matter how high he climbs, which also proves that the horizon line is not some objective point of curvature on a convex Earth, but rather the subjective vanishing point of perspective from a given observer's point of view. Aristotle's second point of evidence offered for his spherical Earth theory was the Earth's round shadow cast on the moon during lunar eclipses. To this day, heliocentrists still offer this argument as proof.
And during the eclipse, you would observe, what they would say, the moon's like this, but they said they landed on the moon. What are they talking about? That fake moon landing. Huh? But see, you would observe the melanated disc inside of that goddamn sun, which would
a spherical Earth,
what you call the Heavenly Father, in the black and gold colors that were sacred in Ethiopia and Egypt. That's why they did sacred colors of Egypt. The black and the gold, that's the corona. The diamond ring is when the marriage, that would be the marriage of the beast, huh? Ritual when the sun eclipses the moon, it catches up to it. It's on different cycles. But it reveals itself as being a black melanated disc, which would be the black sun. And those Mongolians have a red sun, and Japan got a red sun. And I think they just really want that sun to bleed and get the fuck out of their way. That's why they got artificial suns and all kind of shit. But it's all good. We on their ass. Let's go.
Claiming that during lunar eclipses, the sun, earth, and moon align in a perfect 180-degree syzygy, like 3 billiard balls, causing the sun to cast the earth's shadow onto the moon. This clever but faulty assumption is rendered completely invalid, however, due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the sun and moon are still visible together above the horizon. As early as the time of Pliny the Elder, there are records of eclipses happening while both the sun and moon were visible in the sky, and continue to be recorded by the Royal Astronomical Society today. Obviously, if the sun and moon are both observable simultaneously,
I got actual photos of Rahu and Cantu during the 2017 eclipse. I got actual photos of the sky turning purple, and I got actual photos of Rahu and Cantu. Let's go.
During an eclipse, then they are not aligned in a 180-degree syzygy, and it is therefore impossible that the sun could be casting the Earth's shadow on the moon, and some other explanation must be sought. Another explanation, in fact, already existed in many cultures around the world, who posited that a third celestial body, known as Rahu, or the Black Sun, also existed, equal in size to the sun and moon. This translucent dark body passed affront the sun and moon during solar and lunar eclipses, causing their lights to dim. Aristotle's final point of evidence offered for his spherical Earth theory was the appearance of Polaris and other stars to gradually decline overhead as an observer travels southwards. He argued that the gradual declination and eventual disappearance beyond the horizon of certain stars and constellations as one traveled southwards was evidence that the observer was traveling over a convex curved surface. Similar to the ships disappearing over the horizon argument, Aristotle posited that the horizon line was the literal curvature of his spherical Earth, and the stars which declined and disappeared beyond it became invisible because a mass of curved Earth existed between them and the observer. In actual fact, however, the gradual declination of objects in the sky towards the horizon is merely a product of the law of perspective on plane surfaces. As any art student of point perspective knows, the human eye views the world in a pyramidal shape, so that when looking down a long hallway, the floor appears to rise, the ceiling appears to sink, and the walls appear to narrow into a point at the center of the observer's view. Of course, the dimensions of the hallway remain constant for its entire length. The floor does not actually rise, the ceiling does not actually sink, nor do the walls actually close in. But to the human eye, everything is perceived this way. Similarly, when the sun, moon, airplanes, or clouds appear to sink towards the horizon as they move away from us, they are not actually losing altitude and slowly approaching sea level. They are in fact maintaining the same altitude except they are moving away from you, and so the law of perspective makes them appear to sink. A century after Aristotle, around 250 BC, yet another Greek mathematician and philosopher named Eratosthenes made his claim to fame with a new alleged proof of the spherical Earth. Eratosthenes noted that at noon, during the summer solstice in Syene, the sun cast no shadow, and the rays could reach straight to the bottom of his well. Yet meanwhile, in Alexandria, a vertically standing metal rod cast a significant shadow. By factoring the length of the shadow with his assumed distance to the sun, Eratosthenes recorded a measurement of Earth's circumference close to what heliocentrist astronomers still use today. The fact of the matter is, however, that Eratosthenes' calculations were made assuming the sun to be millions of miles away, so that its rays would fall perfectly parallel, even in points as divergent as Syene and Alexandria. This faulty premise led to his faulty conclusion, which was eventually exposed upon the invention of the nautical sextant. Using sextants and plane trigonometry, by measuring the sun's angle at 2 points on Earth simultaneously and factoring their distance from each other, the Pythagorean theorem reveals both the height and dimensions of the sun. Using this method, the sun and moon have repeatedly been calculated to be approximately 32 miles in diameter, 3,000 miles from the surface of the Earth. High-altitude balloon footage has also filmed lighting hotspots on clouds, proving the sun to be local and acting as a spotlight, and not a burning ball of gas millions of miles away, as supposed by heliocentrists. After Eratosthenes, the globe-Earth theory completely disappeared from philosophical thought and recorded history for almost 2 millennia. Geocentric flat Earth cosmologies continued to reign supreme, with even Eratosthenes himself touted as the father of geography, depicting the Earth as flat in his famous 194 BC map of the world. Crates of Malice invented the first model globe Earth around this time as well, but it failed to have any effect on the world at large. Fast forward to 1522 AD, Portuguese explorer Ferdinand Magellan became the first person in known history to successfully sail around the world. This circumnavigation of Earth soon became and continues to be touted today as absolute proof of the spherical Earth theory. If Magellan was able to sail east to west around the entire world and return to his original starting point, surely the Earth cannot be flat and must be a globe, right? Wrong. Just as a compass can place its center point on a flat piece of paper, trace a circle either way around, and return to its starting point, so can a ship or plane circumnavigate a flat Earth. The only kind of circumnavigation which could not happen on a flat Earth is north to southbound, which to this day has still never been done. Both the North Pole and Antarctica are militarily enforced no-fly, no-sail zones due to restrictions originating from none other than the United Nations, the same United Nations that haughtily uses a flat Earth map in their official logo and flag. In 1543, just days before his death, Freemason and Jesuit Nicholas Copernicus published his book On the Revolutions of the Celestial Spheres, which revived the old heliocentric cosmology of Pythagoras and began the so-called Copernican revolution away from a flat geocentric model and towards a global heliocentric model. Since his book claimed Earth to be a tilting, wobbling, spinning sphere revolving at breakneck speeds around a stationary sun, it was initially met with due incredulity. Copernicus always countered this by claiming his theories were merely hypotheses and shouldn't be considered truth. In his book, he even wrote, quote, "The Pythagorean teaching was founded upon hypothesis, and it is not necessary that the hypothesis should be true or even probable. The hypothesis of the movement of the Earth is only one which is useful to explain phenomena, but it should not be considered as an absolute truth." Contemporaries of Copernicus, such as Danish astronomer Tycho Brahe, famously argued against this heliocentric model, positing that if the Earth revolved in an orbit around the Sun, the change in relative position of the stars after 6 months of orbital motion could not fail to be seen. Brahe wrote that the stars should seem to separate as we approach and come together as we recede. In actual fact, however, after millions of miles of supposed orbit around the sun, not a single inch of parallax could be detected in the stars. As even Wikipedia notes, the lack of any observable parallax was considered a fatal flaw in any non-geocentric theory. Copernicus's answer to this obvious problem was simple. He moved the stars so ridiculously far away from the Earth that even after millions of miles of supposed orbit around the sun, no appreciable parallax could be detected. Copernicus simply needed to claim that the stars were trillions upon trillions of miles away. So then, mathematically speaking, it would indeed be impossible to detect such slight parallax. Again, contemporaries of Copernicus argued against this convenient correction of his, arguing quite rightly that if the stars were trillions of miles away, then there is no way we could see them. Backpedaling once again, Copernicus claimed the reason we could still see stars trillions of miles away was because they were not mere tiny points of translucent light in the night sky, but that stars were in fact gigantic gas balls billions of times larger than our sun. So first, Copernicus had to move the stars trillions of miles from Earth to explain away lack of parallax. And then he had to make the stars billions of times larger to account for why we should see them at all from such fantastical distances. Lastly, he offered very specific distances and mathematical equations to solidify his theory, claiming, for instance, that he had accurately calculated the sun's distance from Earth to be exactly 3,391,200 miles. At the turn of the 17th century, Tycho Brahe, under the patronage of Emperor Rudolf II, began construction of the largest, most state-of-the-art astronomical observatory ever built. Upon hearing this, German astronomer and Freemason Johannes Kepler was determined to apprentice under Brahe. Even though Kepler championed Copernicus's widely disputed heliocentric globe Earth theory, Brahe begrudgingly accepted Kepler as his apprentice based on his merit as an astute astronomer and mathematician. Brahe allowed Kepler access to the observatory, but guarded his data and findings from him completely, which frustrated and angered Kepler to the point of eventually culminating in a heated argument between the two of them, resulting in Brahe kicking Kepler out. After much amends and apologizing, a year later, Brahe finally forgave Kepler and accepted him back as apprentice. This time, however, Kepler was not content with his role as mere apprentice, and soon proposed and secured a commissioned position on Brahe and Emperor Rudolf's new project, the Rudolphine Astronomical Tables. Less than a month later, Tycho Brahe mysteriously dropped dead, and Johannes Kepler was given access to all of Brahe's coveted data, free reign of the observatory, and became Emperor Rudolf's new official astronomer. Abundant circumstantial evidence and obvious motive have long fed speculation that Kepler actually murdered Brahe. Brahe was only 54 years old and in fine health when suddenly he became deathly ill and passed away. His official cause of death was reported as a bladder infection, but subsequent autopsies of his body revealed toxic quantities of mercury present on his mustache hairs, which has led many researchers to conclude he was poisoned. The 2004 book, Heavenly Intrigue, suggested that Kepler had indeed murdered Brahe to gain access to his data. Kepler himself never denied this, and he actually wrote, quote, "I confess that when Tycho died, I quickly took advantage of the absence or lack of circumspection of the heirs by taking the observations under my care, or perhaps usurping them." And so for the remainder of his life, Kepler worked at Brahe's observatory for Brahe's employer, using Brahe's data to further his Copernican theories, which Brahe had always criticized. He modified Copernicus's calculations of celestial motions, changing them from perfect circles to irregular eclipses, and even formulated a new updated distance of the sun from Earth. While Copernicus had claimed positively the sun to be 3,391,200 miles from Earth, Kepler assured the astronomical community that his new figure of 12,376,000 800 miles was the true distance. A few years later, in 1608, the first telescope was invented, and by 1609, the next champion of Copernicism, Italian astronomer, Freemason, and probable Jesuit Galileo Galilei, had purchased and built several of them. Galileo improved upon the telescope's design, boosting the zoom capabilities from the original 3 times up to 30 times magnification, and in 1610 made the most important alleged discovery of his career. With his 30-time zoom telescope, Galileo claimed to have seen what he described as 3 fixed stars, totally invisible by their smallness, all close to Jupiter and lying on a straight line through it. After tracking these invisible stars for a while and noticing they appeared sometimes but not others, Galileo concluded that when he could not find them, they must be hiding behind Jupiter, and therefore they must not be invisible stars at all, but rather invisible moons orbiting Jupiter. His alleged discovery of moons orbiting Jupiter was then touted as proof of the Copernican system, claiming that Earth must be a planet like Jupiter, since both have orbiting moons. To this day, NASA claims to have special telescopes, which can, on occasion, see these moons of Jupiter, just as Galileo claimed in his day to see, on occasion, with his special telescopes. Nowadays, with modern telescopes and zoom technology, we can see the celestial bodies far closer and with far more clarity than Galileo could have ever hoped for. A 2016 Nikon P900 has 83 times optical zoom and 332 times digital, capabilities which put Galilean telescopes to shame. Yet even with this level of magnification, Galileo's alleged invisible moons still appear as mere minuscule dots of light nearby a slightly larger dot of light. Galileo and his fellow Mason predecessors, acting more like true believers of their heliocentric faith than legitimate scientists, were constantly guilty of inventing elaborate theories to support their foregone conclusion. This was never more evident than when Galileo presented his theory on the cause of tides in 1616. Cardinal Bellarmine had written Galileo the year before, stating that, quote, "The Copernican system could not be defended without a true physical demonstration that the sun does not circle the earth, but the earth circles the sun." Taking this to heart, Galileo hoped to show that the Earth's tides were caused by the sloshing back and forth of water as a point on Earth's surface sped up and slowed down due to Earth's alleged rotation on axis and revolution around the sun. He argued that these hypothetical motions of his globular Earth were the cause of tides, and therefore the tides were proof of Earth's motion. Unfortunately for Galileo, his ideas were not accepted and easily proven wrong by his contemporaries, who rightly pointed out that if his theories were correct, there would be only one high tide per day. Not only this, but if tides were caused by Earth's alleged motion, all lakes, ponds, and other inland bodies of water should similarly be affected. Yet they are not. The next champion of heliocentrism was English mathematician and astronomer, knighted Freemason and Royal Society president, Sir Isaac Newton. In 1687, Newton published his famous Principia Mathematica, which presented his idea of gravity to the world. The globe Earth theory had long faced criticism for being impractical due to the natural physics of spinning spherical objects, namely that anything placed on their surface should immediately fall or fly off. How could people, buildings, and the great oceans remain perfectly stuck to a ball Earth spinning faster than the speed of sound? The globe Earth theory needed a force that could keep everything in place somehow. A force strong enough to keep the oceans stuck to the Earth, but weak enough not to sink a sailboat. A force strong enough to drag the entire atmosphere along with Earth's breakneck speed, but weak enough to allow birds and bugs to travel freely and unabated in all directions. A force so strong it could make rain fall upwards and plants grow upside down, but yet so weak that it could not be detected by any contemporary methods. Newton's postulate of an invisible force able to act over vast distances led to him being heavily criticized for, quote, introducing occult agencies into the field of science. Previous to Newton's theory of universal gravitation, the natural laws of density and buoyancy already perfectly and adequately explained the world around us. For example, the reason a balloon filled with helium rises into the sky, while a balloon filled with air drops to the ground, is not because Newton's mystical pulling force has an aversion to helium, but rather simply because helium is lighter and less dense than the nitrogen, oxygen, and other elements which compose the air around it, so it floats up. And conversely, a balloon filled with your carbon dioxide exhalation is heavier and denser than the air around it, so it falls down to the ground. If you blow a dandelion seed out of your hands, a substance just barely heavier than the air, it will float away and slowly but eventually fall to the ground. If you drop an anvil from your hands, something much heavier than the air, it will quickly and directly fall straight to the ground. This is not because gravity prefers anvils to dandelion seeds, but rather because it is the natural physics of buoyancy for objects less dense than the medium surrounding them to rise, while objects denser than the medium surrounding them sink. This is the reason raindrops fall down through the air and air bubbles rise up through the water, because of their relative densities. It has nothing whatsoever to do with the mystical pulling force of spinning balls from Newton's imagination. Newton's theory allegedly began when, upon seeing an apple fall from a tree at Woolsthorpe, as though no one in the history of humanity up to that point had ever seen a falling object and wondered why it fell, he had a veritable scientific epiphany. The apple fell not because it was heavier and denser than the air around it, but rather because a force at the center of the spinning ball earth pulled it to the ground. Newton quickly got to work formulating his theory of universal gravitation, which he used to explain not only falling objects, but also orbiting celestial bodies. Newton claimed that the sun, moon, earth, planets, and stars' gravity caused them to all orbit around the most massive nearby bodies. So not only was gravity fickle and selective about which objects it caused to fall and which it allowed to rise, gravity was also able to perform different functions on different scales. At the human scale, gravity allegedly caused people, buildings, and oceans to stick to the Earth, while at the planetary scale, gravity allegedly caused moons to orbit around planets, and planets to orbit around stars. Unfortunately, Newton never addressed this, but the question remains: how and why would gravity cause both planets to orbit around the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float around in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth, Moon, and planets to all be pulled and crashed into the sun. The two effects are very different, yet the same cause is attributed to both. Furthermore, this magnetic-like attraction of massive objects gravity is purported to have can be found nowhere in the natural world. There is no example in nature of a massive sphere or any other shaped object which, by virtue of its mass alone, causes smaller objects to stick to or orbit around it. There is nothing on Earth massive enough that it can be shown to cause even a dust bunny to stick to or orbit around it. Try spinning a wet tennis ball or any other spherical object with smaller things placed on its surface, and you will find that everything falls or flies off, and nothing sticks to or orbits it. To claim the existence of a physical law without a single practical evidential example is hearsay, not science. By now, however, you are likely beginning to see that these Freemasonic heliocentric priests are less interested in science and truth than they are in propagating contrived evidences for their foregone conclusions. In like manner, as Copernicus had claimed positively the sun to be 3,391,200 miles away, and Kepler had calculated it to be 12,376,800 miles away, Newton was quoted as remarking, quote, "It matters not whether we reckon it 28 or 54 million miles distant, for either would do just as well." It appears he was correct, because the alleged distance to the heliocentrist sun has continued to increase by the millions until today, where we stand with NASA's current official figure of 93 million. In 1773, Captain Cook became the first modern explorer known to have breached the Antarctic Circle and reached the ice barrier. This expedition offered an exciting chance to find proof of either the flat or globe Earth models, because Captain Cook intended to sail completely around Antarctica looking for inlets through the ice wall. If the Earth was indeed a globe 25,000 miles in equatorial circumference, as the heliocentrists claimed, then a complete circumnavigation of Antarctica would be approximately 12,000 miles. And if the Earth was flat, with Antarctica surrounding the entire circumference, a complete circumnavigation of Antarctica would have to take over 50,000 miles. During 3 voyages, lasting 3 years and 8 days, Captain Cook and crew sailed a total of 60,000 miles along the Antarctic coastline, never once finding an inlet or path through or beyond the massive glacial wall. Captain Cook wrote, quote, "The ice extended east and west, far beyond the reach of our sight, while the southern half of the horizon was illuminated by rays of light, which were reflected from the ice to a considerable height." Later voyages by Captain James Clark Ross and Captain George Nares in the 19th century further confirmed Cook's findings. Ross's expedition spent 4 years and 5 months in heavily armored warships, failing to find an entry point beyond the southern glacial wall. And Nares spent over 3 years circumnavigating Antarctica, taking an admittedly indirect course, but clocking in nearly 69,000 miles total. If Antarctica was truly the tiny ice continent claimed by globe Earth proponents, all of these expeditions would have ended years sooner. In addition to this, many Antarctic explorers, including Captain James Clark Ross and Lieutenant Charles Wilkes, using globe Earth projection maps, wrote in their journals perplexed at how they routinely found themselves out of accordance with their charts, stating that they found themselves an average of 12 to 16 miles outside their reckoning every day, later on further south, increasing to as much as 29 miles per day. These huge discrepancies, experienced by explorers the further south traveled, are usually attributed to increasingly strong storms, winds, and currents. But if that were the case, they should have just as often found themselves ahead of their reckoning, which they never did. In 1783, the hot air balloon was invented, and for the first time in recorded history, people were able to float miles above the Earth's surface and see for themselves, once and for all, whether or not the Earth was flat or a globe. To many people's astonishment, as high as they rose, the horizon remained perfectly flat 360 degrees around them, and rose to the level of their eyes all the way up. J. Glacier wrote in his Travels in the Air that, quote, "On looking over the top of the car, the horizon appeared to be on level with the eye, and taking a grand view of the whole visible area beneath, I was struck with its great regularity. All was dwarfed to one plane. It seemed too flat." M. Victor Emmanuel, another hot air balloonist, wrote that, quote, "Instead of the Earth declining from the view on either side, and the higher part being under the car, as is popularly supposed, it was the exact opposite. The lowest part, like a huge basin, being immediately under the car, and the horizon on all sides rising to the level of the eye. As stated previously, this is only possible on a flat plane. It would be an entire century after Newton published his theories on gravitation before any scientific experiment was devised to attempt to prove its existence. In 1797, Henry Cavendish, the British scientist, Freemason, and wealthy grandson of the Duke of Devonshire, created an experiment which he claimed successfully proved the existence of gravity, measured its constant, and provided accurate figures for the exact masses of the Earth, Sun, Moon, and planets. How did Cavendish achieve this quantum leap for heliocentric pseudoscience? He fixed 2 large lead balls on opposite ends of a torsion balance and hung them from the roof of his shed. By watching and recording slight motions of the contraption via telescope through his shed window, so his mass would not affect the reading, Cavendish claimed to have proved gravity. 2 small lead balls were hung near the large ones, and any motion observed towards one another was touted as being the influence of gravity. Now, the Cavendish experiment has been widely criticized by the scientific community because never in over 2 centuries since its creation has anyone been able to replicate it. Firstly, the balls simply do not always attract one another as they must for the so-called gravitational constant to be constant at all. Sometimes the torsion balance turns towards the balls and sometimes away, as it is impossible not to give some slight tremulous motion when interacting with it. Henry even complained in his notes how often as he was performing the measurement, the contraption was still in oscillation. Secondly, since his calculated force of gravity was 10 to the 39th power weaker than the force of electromagnetism, from which all material objects are composed, there is no control for the experiment which can factor out and positively differentiate for the alleged gravitational force from the known stronger electromagnetic force. In other words, the balls could simply be attracting each other through static electricity, a known force existing in all things, billions of times stronger than gravity, and impossible to control for the experiment. Even though no one could replicate Cavendish's findings, the experiment went down in history as a great success, and is still taught as veritable proof of universal gravitation in science textbooks today. Half a century later, in 1851, a French scientist named Leon Foucault performed a similar experiment to Cavendish, but this time hanging a single ball from the ceiling, swinging it, and claiming all lateral motion observed to be proof that the Earth was turning beneath the pendulum. Since Foucault's original demonstration, these pendulums have regularly been swinging at museums and exhibition halls worldwide, purporting to provide everlasting perpetual proof of the heliocentric spinning ball Earth theory. The truth is, however, unbeknownst to most of the duped public, that Foucault's pendulum is a failed experiment which proves nothing but how easy it is for pseudoscience to deceive the malleable masses. To begin with, Foucault's pendulums do not uniformly swing in any one direction. Sometimes they rotate clockwise, and sometimes counterclockwise. Sometimes they fail to rotate, and sometimes they rotate far too much. Just like the Cavendish experiment, scientists who have attempted to replicate Foucault's findings have conceded time and again that, quote, it was difficult to avoid giving the pendulum some slight lateral bias at starting. In truth, the behavior of the pendulum actually depends on 1, the initial force beginning its swing, and 2, the ball and socket joint used, which most readily facilitates circular motion over any other. The supposed rotation of the Earth is completely inconsequential and irrelevant to the pendulum's swing. If the alleged constant rotation of the Earth affected pendulums in any way, then there should be no need to manually start pendulums in motion. If the Earth's diurnal rotation caused the 360-degree uniform diurnal rotation of pendulums, then there should not exist a stationary pendulum anywhere on Earth. Also in the mid-19th century, another Frenchman named Gaspard Gustave Coriolis performed several experiments showing the effect of kinetic energy on rotating systems, which have ever since become mythologized as proof of the heliocentric theory. His Coriolis effect is often said to cause sinks and toilet bowls in the northern hemisphere to drain spinning in one direction, while in the southern hemisphere causing them to spin the opposite way, thus providing proof of the spinning ball Earth. Once again, however, just like Foucault's swinging pendulums and Cavendish's hanging balls, sinks and toilets in the northern and southern hemisphere do not consistently spin in any one direction. Sinks and toilets in the very same household are often found to spin opposite directions, depending entirely upon the shape of the basin and the angle of the water's entry, and not the supposed rotation of the Earth. The Coriolis effect is also said to affect bullet trajectories and weather patterns as well, supposedly causing most storms in the northern hemisphere to rotate counterclockwise, and most storms in the southern hemisphere to rotate clockwise, to cause bullets from long-range guns to tend towards the right of the target in the northern hemisphere, and to the left in the southern hemisphere. Again, however, the same problems remain. Not every bullet and not every storm consistently displays the behavior, and therefore cannot reasonably be used as proof of anything. In the late 19th century, mostly thanks to the experiments, books, and lectures of an English inventor and author named Dr. Samuel Rowbotham, a flat Earth renaissance began sweeping the world. Rowbotham's findings, beginning with his 1864 book, Earth, Not a Globe, an experimental inquiry into the true figure of the Earth, proving it a plane without axial or orbital motion and the only material world in the universe, caused quite a stir in the scientific community, and thanks to 3 decades of his efforts, the shape of the Earth became a hot topic of debate around the turn of the 19th century. Dr. Robotham conducted several experiments using telescopes, spirit levels, and theodolites, special precision instruments used for measuring angles in horizontal or vertical planes. By positioning them at equal heights, aimed at each other successively, he proved over and over the Earth to be perfectly flat for miles without a single inch of curvature. In his most famous series of experiments, Robotham traveled to Cambridge, England, where there is a 20-mile canal called the Old Bedford, which passes in a straight line through the fenlands known as the Bedford Level. The water has no interruption from locks or water gates of any kind and remains stationary, making it perfectly suitable for determining whether any amount of convexity or curvature actually exists. If we were living on a ball Earth, every pond, lake, marsh, canal, and other large body of standing water, each part would have to comprise a slight arc or semicircle curving downwards from the central summit. If the ball Earth were truly 25,000 miles in circumference, as claimed by heliocentrists, then spherical trigonometry dictates the surface of all standing water must curve downwards an easily measurable 8 inches per mile, multiplied by the square of the distance. This means along a 6-mile channel of standing water, the Earth would have to curve 16 feet 8 inches downwards from one end to the other, and or dip 6 feet on either end from the central peak, depending where the measurement is taken. Robotham tested first by standing in the water, holding a telescope 8 inches above the surface, while his partner rowed away from him in a small boat with a 5-foot-tall flag attached. If the Earth was indeed a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, by the time the boat reached Welney Bridge 6 miles away, the entire boat and flag should have been completely invisible, hidden behind a 6-foot-tall mass of curved water. In reality, however, every time tested, the entire boat and flag remained visible from start to finish. In a second experiment, Dr. Robotham placed 7 flags along the edge of the water, each 1 mile distant from the next, with their tops positioned 5 feet above the surface, and stood with his telescope behind the first. If the Earth was a globe 25,000 miles in circumference, each successive flag would have to decline a definite and determined amount below the last. The first and second flags established the line of sight. Then the third should fall 8 inches below the second. The fourth flag 32 inches below. The fifth 6 feet. The sixth 10 feet 8 inches. And the seventh flag should be a clear 16 feet 8 inches below the line of sight. Even if the Earth was a globe of 100,000 miles, an amount of easily measurable curvature should and would still be evident in this experiment. But the reality is, not a single inch of curvature was detected, and all the flags lined up perfectly, as consistent with a flat plane. In 1870, one of Robotham's supporters, an English scientist of the Royal Academy named John Hampton, offered a public wager of £500 to anyone who thought they could prove the Earth spherical by repeating the Bedford Level experiment. Alfred Russel Wallace, a fellow English scientist, ardent evolutionist, and personal friend of Charles Darwin, accepted Hampton's wager, and the two met with referees to decide the matter at the Bedford Level. The original plan was to repeat Robotham's flag experiment, but after hours of attempting to align them one on each mile marker, upon looking through the telescope, quote, they could not even judge which was which, let alone decide whether the line of sight along them was flat or curved. Heated debate ensued. An angry quarrel followed, and the experiment descended into a farce. They called it a day, but a week later reconvened, this time Wallace setting new parameters for the experiment which had never been tested or approved by Robotham or Hampton. Wallace hung a large calico sheet from the Old Bedford Bridge with a thick black line painted across its center, and positioned his telescope 6 miles south at Welney Bridge at the same elevation. Then, halfway between these 2 points, Wallace placed a long red pole, topped with a marker disc, designed to fall in line with the black painted marker and telescope. All of these he placed at a masonically significant 13 feet 3 inches above the water. Wallace's plan was to view the marker disc and black line through the telescope, and if the middle marker appeared below the line of sight, this would be taken as proof of the water's flat surface. and if the middle marker appeared above the line of sight, it would be taken as proof of Earth's curvature. Hampton immediately took issue with this new method of allegedly determining curvature, but begrudgingly accepted to continue. When viewed through the telescope, the center marker fell a tiny bit below the telescope crosshair, and the far marker on the bridge fell a tiny bit below that. This result was not expected by either party, but Wallace quickly claimed it proof that Earth was curving downwards, while Hampton claimed the results to be in accordance with the law of perspective over flat surfaces. This time, an even more heated debate ensued, until Wallace refused to speak another word with Hampton, gave him the silent treatment, and even had the police escort Hampton from his hotel room before leaving town the following day. The referees for the wager decided in favor of Wallace, and the money was given to him. In response, Hampton immediately published a 16-page pamphlet denouncing Wallace as a liar and cheat, called "Is Water Level or Convex After All?"
I've seen the saying, you do certain vibrations and it makes certain patterns and shit. All the different patterns and symbols, and certain vibrations make the sand form certain different patterns and shit. Vibrations. That's how we get our energy and our information from the sun through the vibration. You look at the sun, you see the vibrational rings coming down from the sun.
Bedford Canal swindle detected and exposed. Another fellow English author and flat earther, William Carpenter, also present during the experiment, wrote his equally scathing 30-page review of the swindle entitled "Water Not Convex, the Earth Not a Globe," demonstrated by Alfred Russel Wallace on the 5th of March, 1870. Hampton later took Wallace to trial and sued him for £500. The court formally decided in favor of Hampton that the bet was invalid and returned his money in full. Next, Hampton immediately reissued his challenge to Wallace, increasing the wager to £1,000 and inviting Dr. Robotham to attend. This time, the experiment would be conducted as Robotham had originally done, standing in the water with telescope held 8 inches above the water, observing a boat with a 5-foot flag attached sailing 6 miles away from Welch's Dam to Welney Bridge. When the day of the wager came, poor weather prevented them from completing the experiment, so they postponed, met more bad weather, and postponed again. On their third and final attempt, before heading home with the weather still overcast, they attempted the experiment. Unfortunately, shortly after reaching the halfway point, the boat became indistinguishable beyond the haze, and the bet was called off. The boat and flag were visible, however, for the entire 3 miles. In 2015, a group of flat earthers once again repeated Robotham's experiment at the Bedford level, with similar results. They detected no curvature and saw the boat beyond the halfway marker, but became obscured by poor weather before reaching the full 6 miles. In 1871, after getting massive amounts of pressure from the public to address these claims from flat earth proponents, Royal Astronomical Society President George Airy devised an experiment which he hoped would once and for all prove Earth's axial motion and forever silence the rabble-rousing flat earthers. By first filling a telescope with water to slow down the speed of light inside, then calculating the tilt necessary to get the starlight directly down the tube, Airy planned to measure the speed of the telescope, and thereby the speed of the Earth, by extrapolating the amount of tilt needed to keep the starlight coming in straight. The experiment, however, would go down in history and forever be known as Airy's failure, because every time he repeated it, Airy found the starlight was already coming in the correct angle, with no change necessary, proving that the stars move relative to a stationary Earth, and not the other way around. Airy had meant to prove the heliocentric theory, but instead devised an everlasting proof of the geocentric model. In 1887, American physicists Albert Michelson and Edward Morley performed an experiment to determine Earth's speed through space, or what was then called the ether. By passing light through 2 pathways, one in the direction of the Earth's alleged motion, and the other at right angles to it, the light traveling with the Earth should have taken longer to return than light traveling at right angles to it. To the surprise of Michelson, Morley, and the scientific establishment, however, no difference whatsoever was detected, even after repeating the experiment several times in different places. In an attempt to patch up this glaring problem, the heliocentric establishment created the Fitzgerald-Lorentz contraction, which actually had the gall to claim that the light pathway going the same direction as the Earth became physically shorter during the experiment, so that the time to return became equal to the other pathway. The implications of the Michelson and Morley experiment were so detrimental to the spinning globe Earth myth that they were forced to concoct this ludicrous, backpedaling explanation, which even Arthur Miller denounced, calling it a physics of desperation. After Samuel Rowbotham's death, Lady Elizabeth Blount, an English author, flat earther, vocal vegetarian, and anti-vivisectionist, founded the Universal Zetetic Society, which attracted thousands of members and published a journal called The Earth Not a Globe Review for several decades. Many other prominent flat earthers of the time also continued doing their best to spread the word. John Hampton continued publishing his own work and reprinted all of Samuel Rowbotham's material. In 1885, William Carpenter published his famous 100 Proofs Earth is Not a Globe. In 1892, Alexander Gleason released his new standard map of the world, As It Is, which remains to this day one of the most accurate flat Earth maps ever created. He had hoped it would completely replace globes and Mercator maps the world over, but unfortunately his map's influence was short-lived. The next year, in 1893, Gleason published his flat Earth tome entitled, Is the...
Now, see, but he got an ice wall all the way around the outside. I don't know about that. But that's Antarctica right there, next to South America right there. Let me blow this up, let me look at that. And that's what Magellan went through. That should be, let me see. Now there's South America on this side right here. That's Africa over there. So what the fuck is that over there? That's some of the ice is hiding in the far north, huh? That's South America right there. That's Africa right there. And so this would be the north and that'll be the east. That's in the far east. And that's where they play at out there. That'll be Tartaria or some shit. That's where they play at out there. On that flat, on that motherfucking, on that goddamn United States logo. See, that shit right there is on that logo. And you know, in the United Nations, all the nations gonna be on there. I'm talking about this shit right here. See, this Antarctica down here. The ring. I mean, this is Antarctica in South America down here. But see, that's right down, that shit right there is on a flat Earth logo right there. And that's what they would consider to be far east, huh? But that's south. That's South Africa, south right there. That's west sitting right here. And so this is north with nothing over here. And that's the east right there with that pink shit out of other land. See, that's the motherfucker I gotta go study that map. I wish that motherfucker blow like that other one. I gotta go study this map right here. But they got some, this what they got going on in that far east right here. Screenshot that type. Screenshot that type. I'm gonna study it. And that shit is also on that goddamn, UN logo. Them extra lands headed out to that land, then they make it to that land. What the fuck they got going on far east? This is where all the intelligence and shit coming from, far east right here. What's the name of this map? New Standard. I gotta go look at that right now. New Standard Map of World. New Standard Map.
Bible from heaven? Is the earth a globe? Does modern science and the Bible agree?
Little more people finna go. Okay, don't move. Oh yeah. I gotta go use the bathroom right quick. I'm gonna come back and look that map up.
Which gave many flat earth proofs and also explained his wonderful map. In 1899, the South African flat earth author Thomas Winship published his excellent work, Zetetic Cosmogony, evidence that the world is not a rotating, revolving globe, but a stationary plane circle. 1903 marked the beginning of airplane travel, which, had it been invented in Copernicus's era, would have destroyed his spinning ball Earth fantasy long before takeoff. When hot air balloons were first invented, people were told the reason they cannot simply float in the air and wait for the spinning ball Earth to bring their destinations to them was because gravity somehow stuck the entire atmosphere and everything in it in place, dragging it along at 1,000 miles per hour so uniformly that we cannot see it, feel it, hear it, or measure it in any way. Once airplane technology evolved so that we could fly at comparable speeds to the Earth's supposed rotation, however, it became immediately apparent that the Earth and its atmosphere could not be constantly rotating 1,000 miles per hour west to east. Simply put, if the Earth were constantly spinning eastwards 1,000 miles per hour, then airplane flight durations going eastwards versus westwards would be significantly different. If the average commercial airliner travels 500 miles per hour, it follows that westbound equatorial flights should reach their destination at approximately 3 times the speed as their eastbound return flights. In reality, however, the differences in east and westbound flight durations usually amount to a matter of minutes, and nothing near what would occur on a 1,000 mile per hour spinning ball Earth. For example, flights eastward with the alleged spin of the ball Earth from Tokyo to LA take an average of 10.5 hours. Therefore, the return flights westward against the alleged spin should take an average of 5.25 hours, but in actual fact take an average of 11.5 hours. Also of note, if Earth were a globe, there are several flights in the southern hemisphere which would have their quickest, straightest path over the Antarctic, such as Santiago, Chile to Sydney, Australia. Instead of taking the shortest, quickest route in the straightest line over Antarctica, all such flights detour all manner of directions away from Antarctica, instead claiming the temperatures too cold for airplane travel. Considering the fact that there are plenty of flights to, from, and over Antarctica, and NASA claims to have technology keeping them in conditions far colder and far hotter than any experienced on Earth, such an excuse is clearly just an excuse, and these flights are not made because they're impossible. If Earth was a ball and Antarctica was too cold to fly over, the only logical way to fly from Sydney to Santiago would be a straight shot over the Pacific, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire way. Refueling could be done in New Zealand or other southern hemisphere destinations along the way if absolutely necessary. In actual fact, however, Santiago to Sydney flights go into the northern hemisphere, making stopovers at LAX and other North American airports before continuing back down to the southern hemisphere. Such ridiculously wayward detours make no sense on the globe, but make perfect sense and form nearly straight lines when shown on a flat Earth map. On a ball Earth, Johannesburg, South Africa to Perth, Australia should be a straight shot over the Indian Ocean with convenient.
I used to have a pilot in my room named Miranda. She was my federal pilot. Miranda, she used to tell her all kinds of shit.
Refueling possibilities in Mauritius or Madagascar. In actual practice, however, most Johannesburg to Perth flights curiously stop over either in Dubai, Hong Kong, or Malaysia, all of which make no sense on the ball, but are completely understandable when mapped on a flat Earth. A casual study of other South Hemisphere flight paths and stopover points will prove to even the most staunch skeptic the clear illegitimacy of globe map projections. Building on Michelson and Morley's experiment, in 1913, French physicist Georges Sagnac again proved the existence of the ether and the stillness of the Earth by using a beam splitter to send light in opposite directions around a path, recombining them, then observing their interference fringes, first while stationary, and then while rotating the entire experiment table 2 revolutions per second. The changes in interference patterns between the moving and non-moving trials proved that the light, and therefore the Earth, was stationary. In 1914, William Westfield wrote his geocentric classic, Does the Earth Rotate? No. And when Gerard Hickson's masterpiece, Kings Dethroned, A History of the Evolution of Astronomy from the time of the Roman Empire up to the present day, was published in 1922, the heliocentric theory of the universe was on its last legs. In 1925, the Michelson-Gale experiment again vouched for a stationary Earth, and it was clear to the establishment that they needed something big to bring public opinion back their way. In 1916, a Jewish physicist named Albert Einstein had published his general theory of relativity, a brilliant revision of heliocentrism, which in one philosophical swoop abolished the ether from scientific study, replacing it with a form of relativism, which allowed for heliocentrism and geocentrism to hold equal merit. If there was no absolute etheric medium within which all things exist, then hypothetically, one could postulate complete relativism with regard to the movement of two objects, such as the Earth and Sun, in one philosophical leap, and with no scientific evidence to support it. Einstein and the heliocentric.
I told y'all when we get the nuke Winnie there, nuke Winnie on both sides of that motherfucker. I didn't know this shit can do that with the Gleason now. Oh, he said this is the most accurate one. This the shit on that motherfucking. This the shit on the motherfucking. On the UN logo. You know all the nations gonna be on that bitch. I'm on some shit over here, y'all. I'm gonna be on this bitch.
Einstein and the heliocentric establishment were thus able to sweep Airy's failure, Michelson, Morley, Sagnac, and Gale all conveniently under the carpet and pretend they didn't exist, simply by claiming that all motion in the universe was relative. By the late 1920s, Einstein and his theories had been pushed so vehemently, the heliocentric theory began making a comeback, and Einstein was being touted as a genius and one of the greatest minds in history. Far from it, even he himself admitted when asked, "What is it like to be the smartest man alive?" responded by saying, "I don't know. You'll have to ask Nikola Tesla." A true genius who in no way supported Einstein's relativity or the heliocentric theory. Einstein was even caught lying when he originally claimed to have never even heard of the Michelson-Morley experiment, but later admitted that he had indeed created special relativity with the intent of abolishing the ether and nullifying the Michelson-Morley result. By the 1930s, an eccentric Christian flat earther named Wilbur Glenn Voliva was attracting widespread publicity around the world thanks to his American lecture tours and daily radio broadcasts from his personal station, which could be heard all the way to Australia. Voliva famously founded and built Zion City in Illinois, a town of 6,500 people, all of whom were Christian flat earthers. Zion City even had its own schools and churches, which taught flat earth cosmology. In the spirit of Robotham and Hampton, throughout his life, Voliva offered an open-ended wager of $5,000 to anyone who thought they could disprove the flat earth. Until his death in 1942, there were no takers. After the Second World War, Operation Paperclip brought hundreds of top German rocket scientists and physicists into the United States, and beginning in the late 50s, employed them in NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Meanwhile, the Russian space program was also forming, and a so-called space race between America and Russia ensued. The geostationary communications satellite was first imagined in 1945, proposed by Freemason science fiction writer Arthur C. Clarke, and supposedly became science fact just over a decade later. In 1957, Russia allegedly launched the first satellite, named Sputnik, into low Earth orbit, followed in 1958 by America's Explorer 1. Nowadays, there are supposedly upwards of 20,000 such satellites constantly orbiting the Earth. They are allegedly floating around in the thermosphere, where temperatures are claimed to be upwards of 4,530 degrees Fahrenheit. The metals used in satellites, however, such as aluminum, gold, and titanium, have melting points of 1,221, 1,948, and 3,034 degrees, respectively, all far lower than they could possibly handle. People often even claim to see satellites with their naked eyes, but this is ridiculous, considering they are smaller than a bus and allegedly over 100 miles away. It is impossible to see anything so small that far away. Even using telescopes, no one claims to discern the shape of satellites, but rather describes seeing passing moving lights, which could easily be any number of things, from airplanes to drones to shooting stars or other unidentified flying objects. The fact that they are geostationary means they would not appear to move through the sky anyway, but rather be perpetually stuck in the exact same place all day, every day. So-called satellite phones have been found to have reception problems in countries like Kazakhstan with very few cell phone towers. If the Earth were a ball with 20,000 plus satellites surrounding, such blackouts should not regularly occur in any rural countryside or deep ocean areas. Also, satellite TV dishes, which existed for years before satellites were supposedly invented, are almost always positioned at 45-degree angles towards the nearest ground-based repeater tower. If TV antennae were actually picking up signals from satellites over 100 miles away in space, most TV dishes should be pointing more or less straight up to the sky. The fact that satellite dishes are never pointing straight up and almost always positioned at a 45-degree angle proves they are picking up ground-based tower signals. Before satellites, radio, and television, navigation systems like LORAN and DECA were already well established and worked fine using only ground-based technologies. Nowadays, huge fiber optic cables connect the internet across oceans. Gigantic cell towers triangulate GPS signals, and ionospheric propagation allows radio waves to be bounced all without the aid of the science fiction bestseller known as satellites. Also in the late 50s, a sign maker from Dover, England, named Samuel Shenton, in the spirit of Robotham and Lady Blunt's Zetetic Society, created IFERS, the International Flat Earth Research Society, and began giving lectures on television, in newspapers, to youth clubs and schools about our flat, motionless Earth. Shenton discovered the writings of the late 19th century flat Earth authors mentioned previously, and made it his mission to spread the Zetetic message as far and wide as he could. With NASA's supposed satellite launches happening, people constantly questioned Shenton about satellites proving the globe Earth, to which he would always reply, "Does sailing around the Isle of Wight prove it is spherical?" When NASA claimed to have put the first man in space, Shenton said from the beginning that it was all photo and video trickery. When John Glenn supposedly orbited the world in 1963, Shenton even sent him a free IFERS membership with a personal message saying, "Okay, wise guy." Shenton knew that John Glenn, two-time U.S. Senator and one of NASA's first astronauts, was a lying Freemason, just like his heliocentric forefathers, from Pythagoras to Copernicus, Kepler to Cavendish, along with most all of NASA's astronauts. Buzz Aldrin Jr. is an admitted, ring-wearing, hand-sign-flashing 33rd-degree Mason from Montclair Lodge No. 144 in New Jersey. Edgar Mitchell is an Order of Demolay Mason at Artesta Lodge No. 29 in New Mexico. James Irwin was a Tejon Lodge No. 104 member in Colorado Springs. Don Eisel was a member of the Luther B. Turner Lodge No. 732 in Ohio. Gordon Cooper was a Master Mason in Carbondale Lodge No. 82 in Colorado. Virgil Grissom was a Master Mason from Mitchell Lodge No. 228 in Indiana. Walter Shira Jr. was a 33rd degree Mason at Canaveral Lodge No. 339 in Florida. Thomas Stafford is a Mason at Western Star Lodge No. 138 in Oklahoma. Paul Weitz is from Lawrence Lodge No. 708 in Pennsylvania. C. Fred Kleinecht, the head of NASA during the Apollo program, shortly thereafter actually became Sovereign Grand Commander of the Council of the 33rd Degree of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry of the Southern Jurisdiction. NASA astronauts Neil Armstrong, Alan Shepard, William Pogue, Vance Brand, and Anthony England all had fathers who were Freemasons as well. The amount of astronauts known to be Freemasons or from Freemasonic families is astonishing. It is likely that more astronauts and people of key importance in NASA are affiliated with the Brotherhood as well, but not so open about their membership. For there to be this many Masons, members of the world's largest and oldest secret society, involved with the promotion and propagation of this globalist heliocentric doctrine from its outset to modern times, should raise some serious suspicion. Before the first Apollo mission ever even cleared the launch pad, 11 NASA astronauts died in highly suspicious accidents. Gus Grissom, Roger Chaffee, and Ed White were all cremated together in an Apollo capsule fire during a completely unnecessary and dangerous test where they were strapped down and locked into a 100% oxygen chamber, which incinerated the three of them to death in seconds. 7 other astronauts, Ted Freeman, Charles Bassett, Elliot See., Russell Rogers, Clifton Williams, Michael Adams, and Robert Lawrence died in 6 separate airplane crashes, and Ed Givens in a car crash. 8 of these deaths were in 1967 alone. So many astronauts coincidentally dying under such circumstances is highly unlikely, and lends credence to the idea that these were intentional hits by the Masons trying to find the right people to sell their hoax. One of the most outspoken of the fallen astronauts was Gus Grissom. By 1967, Grissom had become increasingly irritated and vocally negative about NASA's chances of ever landing man on the moon. He stated the odds were, quote, pretty slim, and famously hung a lemon on the Apollo capsule after it repeatedly failed safety testing procedures. Grissom threatened to go public with his complaints about the LEM, and even told his wife Betty, quote, if there is ever a serious accident in the space program, it's likely to be me. Right after his murder, government agents raided Grissom's house before anyone had been informed about the fire or his death. They removed all his personal papers and his diary, never to be returned. From 1969 to 1972, the Freemasons at NASA claimed to have landed 6 of their Apollo missions on the moon. With this ingenious deception, a bit of rocket technology, a bunch of lying Freemasons, and photographs taken through a round window, with this one psyop, NASA managed to convince nearly everyone on Earth that they live on a spinning ball. However, in the documentary A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, you can watch official leaked NASA footage showing Apollo 11 astronauts Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and Michael Collins for almost an hour using transparencies and camera tricks to fake shots of a round Earth. They communicate over audio with control in Houston about how to accurately stage the shot, and someone keeps prompting them on how to effectively manipulate the camera to achieve the desired effect. First, they blacked out all the windows, except for a downward-facing circular one, which they aimed the camera towards from several feet away. This created the illusion of a ball-shaped Earth surrounded by the blackness of space, when in fact it was simply a round window in their dark cabin. Neil Armstrong claimed at this point to be 130,000 miles from Earth, halfway to the moon. But when camera tricks were finished, the viewer could see for themselves the astronauts were not more than a couple dozen miles above the Earth's surface, flying in a high-altitude plane. These images, showing a globular world, soon became the Freemasons' most valuable tool in altering public perception about the shape of the Earth. Since the original so-called blue marble image, NASA has provided the public with many more pictures and videos showing a globe Earth, touting veritable photographic proof that Pythagoras' 2,500-year-old theory was finally validated. When seen with a skeptical eye, however, professional photo analysts have dissected several NASA images of the ball Earth and found undeniable proof of computer editing. For example, images of the Earth allegedly taken from the moon have proven to be copied and pasted in, as evidenced by rectangular cuts found in the black background around the Earth by adjusting brightness and contrast levels. If they were truly on the moon, and Earth was truly a ball, there would be no need to fake such pictures. When NASA's images of the ball Earth are compared with one another, the coloration of the land and oceans, and the relative size of the continents are consistently so drastically different from one another as to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that the pictures are all fake. NASA has many alleged photographs of the ball Earth, which show several exact copy and pasted duplicate cloud patterns. Cheeky graphics artists have even placed things like faces, dragons, and the word sex into cloud patterns over various ball Earth pictures. One recent Pluto picture clearly has a picture of Disney's Pluto the dog layered into the background. On a clear afternoon, during a waxing or waning moon cycle, it is possible to see the blue sky right through the moon. For centuries, stars and planets have often been seen and recorded even by the Royal Astronomical Society to have been seen through the moon. If the moon is translucent enough to see objects through it, it cannot be the solid, spherical planetoid claimed by NASA and modern astronomers. Samuel Shenton, president of IFERS, was quoted before the Apollo supposed moon landings, stating that, quote, "Stars have been seen through the moon. The astronauts had better be ready to come right back, because there isn't anything much to land on." Besides Shenton, many of the first people to unequivocally call out the NASA moon landings as being a staged.
I'm looking at the Gleason map, and they got Australia on the other side, and it looked just like that United Nations logo. And that land, I always wanted to know what the fuck was on the United Nations logo. They saying that's Australia all the way out there behind China and Japan over there. I think they tricking right there. I gotta look up and read up on Gleason and see who the fuck he is. Yeah. I gotta find who the fuck he is. Because he got, we was just talking about Australia being right next to Antarctica up under us, but that motherfucker on the other side of them lands on the United States logo. Them lands on the United States logo is way out there. Not like it's land, it's island. They saying that's Australia way out there on the opposite side. So did they make the pose out of Australia and goddamn Antarctica? That shit crazy. Now I got some more stuff to do. Sorry, my damn phone is dying. I'm trying to find my charger. Find that charger. I'm just watching what's on. I also agree with you. What you take? Give me a few minutes. Okay. What else? LJ, that's a bone.
Being a staged hoax were professional photographers. When the official NASA photographs of the moon are closely examined, it is clear that many were taken inside a studio using repetitive backdrops, artificial lighting, wires, and cranes. Award-winning British photographer David Percy, photo analyst and historian Jack White, photographer and Nexus magazine publisher Marcus Allen, and many others all put their professional reputations on the line to expose NASA's so-called photographic evidence. None of the Apollo missions brought any extra studio lighting with them on the lunar lander, so the sun should be the only light source on the moon, and in all pictures taken there. In that case, the light should only come from one direction, and all shadows should be cast in the opposite direction. However, in dozens of official NASA photos, there are shadows being cast in up to 3 directions simultaneously, often at up to 90-degree angles, which can only be the result of multiple light sources not present on the moon. Several pictures even show overhead spotlights reflecting in astronauts' helmets, and multiple lens flares originating from 2 or more light sources. Analyzing several images from the 6 missions shows repeated background features, the exact same hills, dunes, and craters being used over and over again in supposedly different places on the moon, as well as visible foreground and backdrop lines indicative of a studio set. In images from Apollo 11, Buzz Aldrin can be seen wearing different color gloves and different length boots in pictures that were supposedly taken within minutes of each other. If Buzz was really in the vacuum of space in a pressurized spacesuit, he certainly would not have had the time or reason to depressurize and repressurize his suit just to make such fashion adjustments. Some pictures show the lunar rover with no tracks anywhere around it. Others show rover tracks all over the foreground, while it is yet to be unpacked and unloaded. A couple pictures even show what appear to be sneakers and a lady's heel tracks on the moon, in addition to the astronauts' boot prints. Another glaring mistake is that none of NASA's images or videos show stars in the background as they should, just complete blackness, likely because exact star maps as they should appear from the moon would be nearly impossible to fake. The testimony of different astronauts on different missions in their autobiographies and interviews just muddies the water even more, some of them bragging about the, quote, astonishingly brilliant light of the stars, and others saying they, quote, don't remember seeing a single star while on the moon. Such inconsistencies, and the fact that none of...
You know, Jay, why I always thought Australia was like on the side where Africa was. Why I always thought that shit. That's where they put it at, ain't it? It's always past in the east, like that's the far east. But they say it was far south. Australia supposed to be the land down under. What the fuck they got going on right there?
NASA's moon pictures feature stars or planets in their appropriate position.
Jay. Man, that shit finna throw me off, yo. Now, man, my mind gonna be fucked up for the rest of my life fucking with these folks. Excuse me, y'all. What the fuck these folk got going on with Australia sitting way out there by goddamn?
Should raise a red flag
That land on that goddamn, yeah, it's supposed to be in the side of fuckers in the east. And he just said that this was the most accurate flat earth map than all of them. The land down under. That shit sitting out, that's the far east. What the fuck these folks got going on? Them little lands on the flat earth logo and the United Nations logo. If you look out there, you see that little land that leads out there, them little island lead out there to that big strip of land. They said that's Australia out there. So when they make it a ball, they balled it up with something. What the fuck? I'm trying to see how the fuck. That shit crazy.
Astronauts were not on the moon. Many pictures of the sun on the moon are clearly spotlights and not the sun. Some images show studio lighting lens flares or studio lighting reflecting off a black background.
Oh, my back hurts.
One image clearly shows a shadow on the ceiling of space as the lunar lander lifts off. Many images show shadows of reticule crosshairs suspended in air over a print underneath, proving them to be doctored and not originals as claimed. Images of the lunar lander, supposedly on the moon, shows a pathetic 1969 attempt at creating high-tech, futuristic-looking equipment using what appears to be construction paper, gold foil, scotch tape, and metal shower rods. The idea that the piece of junk shown in these official NASA photographs flew to the moon and back is so ludicrous, it's laughable. Close-ups of the lunar lander footpads show them without a speck of dust on them, and without a burn print under the 10,000-pound thrusters, like it was just gently set down in place. NASA scientists, in their own documents, were worried about the LEM falling into its own massive burn radius, yet there it sits, with no burn print and spotless clean pads. Even the astronauts' boot prints made deep impressions in the moon dust, yet the lander's 10,000-pound thrusters left not a trace, no blast hole, and no dust on the pads. When the video evidence is examined, even more anomalies are found. In certain frames, light pings can be seen reflecting off overhead stage wires attached to astronauts' backpacks. In one Apollo 16 clip, an astronaut falls to his knees and is quickly jerked back up to his feet by what can only be an unseen wire hoisting him straight upwards. One of the more obvious video anomalies is how several Apollo missions show American flags flapping around in the non-existent space wind. The moon is supposed to have no atmosphere, and so the flags should remain perfectly still, but can often be seen moving quite boisterously. Another interesting video anomaly is discovered by playing NASA's moon footage at 2 times speed, then watching the astronauts walking, running, jumping, or cruising around on their little buggy. Without the speed adjustment, there is a low-gravity illusion, as the astronauts seem to float, drift, and glide slowly and smoothly along. But once they are seen at 2 times speed, it becomes clear that they are in normal gravity, walking, running, jumping, and cruising at normal speeds. They simply reduced the play speed by 50% in post-production, and voila, instant moon motion. Not only is the Apollo video record fraught with fraud, but NASA claims the original Apollo 11 videos have conveniently disappeared from their records, so no one can analyze them for authenticity. You heard correctly. They spent over $30 billion of American taxpayer money traveling to the moon and then lost the video evidence. Those blurry, ghostly black and white images shown on TV were purposely lousy because NASA insisted at the time that all TV networks must broadcast directly from a big screen display in their operations room, a mandate which all major networks accepted, and so what the public saw was just a video of a poorly magnified video, and now it is impossible to watch the original. Not only have the Apollo 11 originals disappeared, but NASA claims to have lost all original audio tapes from the Apollo missions, and that their contractors have lost all prints and plans for the lunar rover, Helium lander, and Apollo ship engines. It even recently came out that when curators at Amsterdam's Rijksmuseum investigated their moon rock personally given to them by Armstrong and Aldrin in 1969, they found that it was actually just a worthless piece of petrified wood from Earth. In 1970, Freemason and philosophy professor at St. Thomas's University, Leo Ferrari, created the Flat Earth Society of Canada, which he soon shortened to simply the Flat Earth Society. Unlike Samuel Shempton's International Flat Earth Research Society in every way, Leo Ferrari's Flat Earth Society treated the entire subject as a deadpan joke, making a mockery of it, and even creating several intentionally false flat Earth arguments. For example, Leo Ferrari would always bring a pumpkin-sized rock with him during interviews and lectures, claiming he brought the stone back from the edge of our flat Earth. He would say with a huge smirk on his face how his boat had fallen over the edge, but he was luckily saved by hanging onto this rock. Clearly, treating our flat Earth in this tongue-in-cheek way discouraged people from taking the matter seriously, and creating this fake Flat Earth Society was the Freemasons' way of mitigating Shenton's IFER's genuine threat to their global deception. In 1971, Samuel Shenton passed away, and the American former airplane mechanic Charles K. Johnson took his place as president of IFERS. Charles and his wife Marjorie, like Lady Blunt and many of the original Zetetic Society members, were not only flat earthers, but outspoken vegetarians and anti-vivisectionists. Charles and Marjorie maintained a periodical called The Flat Earth News for many years, where they printed articles about NASA's lies, geocentricity, flat Earth, and vegetarianism. Unlike Leo Ferrari and his mock society spreading disinformation, Charles Johnson was a genuine voice speaking out against the evils of the world. In 1974, when Johnson heard of Ferrari's budding organization, he decided to contact him and wrote a cordial letter requesting further information about his society, to which Ferrari never replied. 2 years later, Johnson wrote another polite letter saying how he was, quote, delighted by the prospect of a like-minded campaigner, and said how it was a very happy day when he learned of Ferrari's society. I feel sure at the core we can't be too far apart in aims, Johnson wrote. I do try to practice what I preach, to think and seek and search out reasonable ideas and concepts. He closed saying that he could hardly wait to hear from Ferrari and hoped very much he would please reply. After 6 months without a response, Johnson wrote one more time, explaining again his sole purpose to, quote, enlarge his view and getting and holding onto the facts, which would benefit him and in time the rest of the world. He requested a reply and a copy of Ferrari's FES magazine. In conclusion, Johnson signed, thanks from the bottom of my heart, in advance, but warned that if Ferrari insisted on ignoring him once again, quote, I will then know for sure that you are some kind of enemy of the flat earth work. Eventually, Ferrari did reply this time, but not with a message or magazine as requested. He simply enclosed an FES paid application form. Johnson investigated Ferrari's organization further and found that he was using, quote, the flat earth idea as a gimmick to entertain and promote the atheistic society. From then on, Johnson worked hard to expand his IFERs and constantly, for the rest of his life, exposed Ferrari's FES, calling him a false prophet, guilty of muddying the waters of truth. Near the end of his life, tragically, Johnson's house burned down, along with all the flat earth materials he and Shenton had collected over their lifetimes. Until his dying day, Johnson claimed the fire to be the result of arson by a NASA agent he had seen snooping around. Apparently finished with their moon landing propaganda, starting in 1976, NASA began faking Mars landings instead. To begin with, the planets formerly known as wandering stars are not terrestrial Earth-like habitations capable of landing anything on. The sun, moon, and stars are all simply luminaries, celestial lights, relatively close to Earth, and not something tangibly solid that humans could ever walk on. This is painfully obvious to anyone with functioning eyeballs and a telescope or Nikon P900 camera. But NASA continues to this day to publish thousands of fake CGI images claiming to come from Mars. Even assuming Mars was an actual spherical desert planet, as NASA claims, it is impossible for them to have safely landed the probes based on their own trials and statistics. They say the surface pressure on Mars is only 0.3% the surface pressure on Earth, and equivalent to the pressure at about 23 miles above Earth. There's not enough air matter at that pressure, however, to provide any lift for opening and billowing out the parachutes that NASA uses to land its Mars probes. No parachute ever devised has been able to successfully deploy at that altitude. They simply stream straight back, then never fill the rest of the way down. Joe Kittinger's record highest, fastest, and longest parachute dive from the Earth's upper atmosphere had him free-falling from only 19 miles high for 15 minutes at 767 miles per hour, and his drogue chute proved useless and offered no deceleration. Yet NASA would have us believe, for example, that Phoenix's parachute managed to somehow slow it down from 12,738 miles per hour to 123 miles per hour in just 2.86 minutes before its final landing. In other words, NASA is claiming to do something on Mars, millions of miles away, by remote control, something that we have no evidence is even possible on Earth at significantly lower altitude and 16 times slower speed. To this day, NASA continues to fake Mars landings, and more government space agencies around the world, including Russia, China, Japan, France, India, and others, are following the same Freemasonic model of fleecing their populations of taxpayer money to fund programs that provide the public nothing but propaganda. NASA and other space agencies' rocket launches never even go straight up. Every rocket forms a parabolic curve, peaks out, and inevitably starts falling back to Earth. The rockets which are declared successful are those few which don't explode or start falling too soon, but make it out of range of spectator view before crashing down into restricted waters and recovered. There is no magic altitude where rockets or anything else can simply go up, 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 and then suddenly just start free-floating in space. This is all science fiction illusion created by wires, green screens, dark pools, some permed hair, and zero-G planes. In 1998, NASA claimed to have sent up the first piece of the ISS, International Space Station. They've been caught, however, time and again, with air bubbles forming and floating off in their official outer space footage. Astronauts have also been caught using scuba space gear, kicking their legs to move, and astronaut Luca Parmitano even almost drowned when water started filling up his helmet while allegedly on a spacewalk. It is admitted that astronauts train for their spacewalks in underwater training facilities like NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab. But what is obvious from their space bubbles and other blunders is that all official spacewalk footage is also fake and filmed underwater. Analysis of many interior videos from the International Space Station have shown the use of camera tricks, such as green screens, harnesses, and even wildly permed hair to achieve a zero-gravity type effect. Footage of the astronauts seemingly floating in the zero gravity of their space station is indistinguishable from Vomit Comet zero-G airplane footage. By flying parabolic maneuvers, this zero-G floating effect can be achieved over and over again, then edited together. For longer, uncut shots, NASA has been caught using simple wires and green screen technology. In 2001, Charles K. Johnson died, and having lost all his flat Earth material and correspondence in his house fire, the IFERS was officially finished. Leo Ferrari's farcical Flat Earth Society, on the other hand, continued operation as usual, making a mockery of the Flat Earth subject. In 2004, the reins of FES presidency were handed over to Daniel Shenton, of no relation to genuine Flat Earther Samuel Shenton, who, true to Ferrari's example, maintains the Flat Earth Society website to this day, where they purport such fantastical, purposeful disinformation as the flat Earth disk constantly rising upwards forever through the universe to account for gravity. Their sole purpose, as Charles Johnson correctly stated, is clearly to poison the well and muddy the waters of truth. In 2008, teacher and author Eric Dubé, that's me, began a website and published a book titled The Atlantean Conspiracy, which exposed, among many other things, Freemasonry, the fake moon landings, geocentricity, and even featured a quote from IFER's president Charles K. Johnson. At the time, I had already read Samuel Rowbotham and William Carpenter's old 19th century flat earth books, and though personally still on the fence regarding the shape of the earth, I was confident they were correct about the location, or geocentricity, of Earth, so I wrote about it. In 2009, after watching Alex Jones interview and praise several NASA astronauts on his show, I wrote an article and sent a message to him and his producers about the moon landing hoax, and included a link to Samuel Rowbotham's Flat Earth book for them to read. Alex even mentioned this on air the next day, and called me a flat earther who, quote, thinks he's covering up some Atlantean conspiracy, the title of my book and website. For the next several years, I continued writing books and articles about various conspiracies and worked on building a huge social media presence. By making multiple accounts, adding as many friends and followers as possible, joining and posting to as many groups and pages as possible, over the course of a few years, I began building up very large followings on Facebook, Google+, LinkedIn, Twitter, StumbleUpon, Pinterest, Sue, and many other sites. To give you an example of their efficacy, you can see here my main Google+ account with over 130 million views, and my secondary one with over 87 million. In mid-2011, a professional artist, comedian, and Hollywood actor named Math Powerland, claiming to also be an ex-NASA whistleblower, created the NASA channel on YouTube. He made a few decent videos exposing NASA image fakery, but his channel certainly did not contain many flat earth proofs or evidence, and there are more videos of him ranting about Axe deodorant, hookers on Tinder, his championship sexual prowess, and other irrelevant topics than there are actually exposing the flat earth. In short, anyone visiting his channel would not become a flat earther, and would be more likely turned off from the subject due to his manic ranting style and lack of factual content. In November of 2014, after years of researching and writing, I released my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, the first pro-flat earth book written in nearly 50 years. I simultaneously released a flat earth conspiracy documentary on YouTube, began giving radio interviews, and published several influential articles on the subject. Within a very short space of time, the flat earth keyword saw a 600% rise in activity, and Google search results jumped from a few thousand to over 21 million. Soon after this, just as Johnson had experienced with Ferrari, I noticed a wave of disingenuous, so-called flat earthers flooding into the movement with obvious intent to muddy the waters. For example, when I began writing my book, The Flat Earth Conspiracy, I came across Paul Michael Bales on Facebook, a recent flat earth convert who had been collecting a library of old original flat earth books and letters. Hoping to find some good reference material, I messaged him asking for recommended titles, and he told me a few choice books to read. The full extent of our interaction consisted of a short Facebook conversation, yet curiously, after my book was published and the flat earth movement started growing, Paul began stating publicly that he was the Morpheus to my Neo, and that he, quote, taught me everything I know about the flat earth. He even made the ludicrous claim that my book was, quote, plagiarized from old Facebook posts of his. Matt Boylan, aka Math Powerland, also jumped in and had the gall to say that, quote, my entire book was plagiarized from his information, which is equally laughable, considering he and his information are only mentioned in 2 paragraphs of my 252-page book. Needless to say, both of their claims are baseless and go to show how desperate they are to receive credit where it is not due. You can also see from this Google Analytics chart that the flat earth keyword had not made any significant change in 2011 since the launch of Matt's YouTube channel, nor in late 2012, early 2013, when Paul claims to have gotten his start. The moment when the flat earth tides shifted and the exponential growth of the movement began was clearly around and after November 2014, the exact month when I exploded all of my flat earth research onto the internet. In November 2014, I published the first pro-flat earth book written in 50 years, The Flat Earth Conspiracy. I also published several popular articles on the subject, uploaded the most popular.
Let me see something. Man, shit is in my motherfucking eye. Whatever it is, got my shit itching like a motherfucker. Damn, I'm scratching about an hour. Damn, it's on. I gotta show. I'm gonna send you an email. I gotta put it back out. It's on one of these. It's on one of these videos though. I was showing. But see, this look just like, see that? And see that, because it used to be turned. South America used to be over here on this side, so it's kind of tilted the other way. So Antarctica would be, let me make a adjustment for that. South would be right there. Africa will be right here. India will be right there. And that'll be the far east. That's that shit out there, far east. Look, Young Jay. So they got South America too far over that way. It used to be in the left-hand corner over here. So I gotta turn it and look at it like this. And they still put Australia. What the fuck? Where it went? And that still put South America be right here. And I'll put Africa right here. That bitch will be far east. And this one, let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you. Go back there, go back out. Go back out. United. United Nations map of the world. They still show the whole thing. But I want the logo. I want that logo. Meaning. Give me the meaning of it then. Shit. Put the meaning of that bitch. Logo features a world map surrounded by two olive branches on a light blue background. The olive branches symbolize peace, while the map represents the UN focus on achieving world peace and security. Together, these elements hope for a peaceful and unified world. Okay, boom, that's cool. But I want to look at that logo. Run that logo up that bit. And see, you gotta turn. So South America will be back off in this corner over here like it's supposed to. So. And I always thought Antarctica around about here to Australia over here. But you see them goddamn lands right there? You see them lands right there? Far east. What Oceania, that's supposed to be the land down under, that's far east, this Australia. Yo, watch this shit on this bitch. Goddamn, watch this shit. Now go back. I always wondered what them lands was. I said some extras. That's what the fuck that is. A NATO or some shit out there. What the fuck? There's some temples out there or something. Now go back. Go back. Go back. Okay, go back in right here. Go back in right there. just cocked to the sideways. Look what them lands is. Oh, it look big on the computer. That shit said Australia. And it look like all this China shit far east. What the fuck is they motherfucking high for real, man? Australia, I thought Australia sat underneath Africa or some goddamn well. So what is that land right there? I think that's Madagascar. What is that land right there? Before you get to India, that's India right there. You go all the way over here to the far east. That shit crazy. You go Hawaii right there, or Alaska. This Hawaii right here, the Sandwich Islands right there. On the same those road headed towards Alaska out here. But this right here is goddamn Australia over here. I always wanted to know what the goddamn land was on the United States logo. So they just took Australia or something. Australia's supposed to be. Man, they fucking me up with this. They fucking me up with that one. They fucking me up with that one, I'm saying. I wonder what one of these videos I had that goddamn logo on. Let me see. Can I figure this shit out? Can I figure this shit out right quick? Boom. Okay, now I'll be live. Manage video live. Boom. It's live when I was sitting in the car that morning. Time to draw the line. That might be when I was trying to draw the line. It wouldn't let me goddamn go live. Time to draw the line. Best in the West. Time to draw the line. We got song through this bitch.
Shit. With the help of the motherfucking Tartarian Moors, which I have sold it. I thought we were about this.
Here, Australis.
You see, they go to Australia's right there. Another map. It's down by Antarctica, behind by South America.
On top of that, y'all ain't got it though. You know what I'm saying? Here we go.
That ain't it. This might be it. No, it ain't it, because it was a live I did.
I'm showing this.
I did a live like on.
You see me outside that right there. Israel right there.
That ain't it. There's one of them live. Let me see where I'm at. Where I'm at. I'm fit. Try 3GD. I did a live in the car.
GM to the fifth line here. The American. You should be learning from Connors. Over there, stay your ass over there. No. Man, that nigga. Yeah, this is what's gonna draw the line right here. And then we're doing them with that ass. But you won't find I take 2 more. See, even I be mad after I do this shit. I be thinking I can get that get back.
got that motherfucker. I did it live in the car the other day. I don't know where that motherfucker at, you know what I'm saying? I can tell. This is that motherfucker right here.
The world screw. Let them do the showing and talking. All that fresh and the war shit, I studied and shit, all this shit finna start making sense. I'm finna break this shit down, nigga. I'm finna get off of y'all ass, nigga. Bitch, y'all been sitting right there the whole time and hear that shit. That's why they got down to Terry and history went away. Cause y'all sold the shit to the America. It was already in North America. So y'all had to go ahead and sell it to America to keep on top of y'all motherfucking ass. Boom, bro. I'm on these bitches' ass. I'm on these bitches' ass. You know I'm one track minded, my nigga. What up, nigga? Charlie Murphy, what up, my nigga? On these whole ass. I'm on these hoes' ass. Yeah, that's the secret. I supposed to name this video. I ain't titled the video. You got a secret. I'm gonna show y'all the truth, the sonic order and the sonic secret of this double-headed fence of these Kazari and these.
What is this? Oh, that ain't it.
In the stream, the northeastern part of South.
This is right here.
And that's India right there. India is one of the client states.
The logo should be in front of it or something. I don't know. I'll show it to you. I just gotta get it back out my safe. But it's fire. You gonna like that motherfucker. What is US FED? Okay, that's enough. Let's go back over here. Back over here, my nigga. They got me thinking they were playing with them explosives over there in Alaska somewhere. Well, a Nyan Shack crater. Cause when you got explosives like that, you supposed to have that goddamn, that crater, you supposed to create a crater, that's how they got down. That's your boy out. You supposed to have them. Before YouTube just went and played me like that. Played all them damn videos, and you ain't find that shit. I'm going back in. I'm fucking my nigga tonight. The one I just played was the history of Flat Earth. That's the one I just played. You gonna get into some more of this shit. It's an interview. Best high altitude Flat Earth footage. Show me the bottom of the ball. Where that is, Flat Earth. Full video book. That's 4 hours. Video book. Y'all look at the video book. But you got some more interesting things besides Flat Earth too I want to look at. Got a lot of shit. There was another guy I used to like to look at. He used to wear a hat to the back. I got that good. do want to go look at one of my video books for real though. I just ain't got time to be watching no goddamn short video. They got plenty of shit over this bitch. All this shit.
Three signs your car accident is worth major compensation. If you've been in a car accident recently,
humans, for the most part, don't have a clue. They don't want one or need one either. They're happy. They think they have a good bead on things.
But why the big secret? People are smart. They can handle it.
The person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it. 1,500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was the center of the universe. 500 years ago, everybody knew the Earth was flat. And 15 minutes ago, you knew that people were alone on this planet. Imagine what you know tomorrow.
we don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society.
A group of social criminals, these people in the space program. Nassholes, I'd call them.
And some of those people actually still believe the Earth is flat. So if a few of them want to believe that we didn't go to the moon, let them. It's not an issue that comes up in my presentation.
I mean, the Earth being flat, that's clearly ridiculous. Though I've actually been contacted by some flat earthers saying I'm covering up the fact that it's some Atlantean conspiracy.
NASA. As you see, we got a nice red serpent tongue coming through there. NASA. And there's the UN flag, also the symbol of the flat Earth. Now, of course, if I say flat Earth, I gotta be an idiot, right? That's what they told you, right? It's a ball. There's no Antarctica in this.
It's cold out here. It's like a deep South Pole, if there was one. There isn't.
I thought it used to be when I first started doing this shit, it was 8 miles between the two continents of Alaska. And I thought it was 8 miles. Cause I remember saying when that bitch freeze up, a nigga can ice skate across that bitch 8 miles. But now it's 55 miles. They shooting at my age or something? Who are these folks?
City skyline, Midtown Manhattan, from Bear Mountain, New Jersey, 60 miles upstate. Where is the curvature? Where? No curvature. The buildings aren't curved over. Empire State Building is straight up. Straight.
on the flat earth.
You hate yourself, and you hate yourself.
Curvature. Where? Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I just want to show more definitive proof that you live on a flat earth. Now, you're looking at the Philadelphia skyline that was photographed 30 to 40 miles from Apple Pie Hill in New Jersey Pine Barrens. Now, this is just another impossibility that you'd see the Philadelphia skyline 40 miles away, approximately, on the horizon. Okay?
Samuel Burley Rowbottom, better known throughout the scientific community as Parallax. In 1881, he had published this book, Earth Not a Globe. Outlining dozens of experiments performed over many years, it quickly became the standard authority for anti-globularists. Perhaps the most significant experiments were those carried out on a canal known as the Old Bedford Level. Located in Cambridgeshire, England, the canal is perfectly straight over an uninterrupted 6-mile stretch. While there, Parallax conducted many experiments, all towards one conclusion: to prove that the surface of the water in the canal was indeed perfectly flat. In one experiment, a boat carrying a flag rowed from one bridge to another 6 miles away. An observer with a telescope placed 8 inches above the surface of the water found that the flag and the boat were distinctly visible throughout the entire distance. If the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, then over a distance of 6 miles, the second bridge should mathematically be 16 feet below the observer's eye line.
Here, you can see the New York City skyline from 60 miles upstate in Bear Mountain. 60 miles upstate, and you can see the Freedom Tower. No curvature. 60 miles away. This is Bear Mountain. Here's another image from Harriman State Park, way upstate, about 60 miles from Manhattan. There's the Manhattan skyline on the flat Earth. How could you see the Manhattan skyline perfectly flat from 60 miles away? How? Brothers and sisters, I want you to know that there is a spot in New Jersey, Washington's Rock, where with the right camera, you could see both skylines of New York and Philadelphia in opposite directions at the same time. New York City and Philadelphia are 120 miles apart, but yet from Washington's Rock in New Jersey, the Philly skyline and the New York skylines can both be visible at the same time in opposite directions.
Offers triple protection against heartworm disease, ticks and fleas, and intestinal worms, all with one monthly chew. This drug class has been associated with neurologic side effects, including seizures. Use with caution in dogs with or without a history of these disorders. Don't just protect, triple protect.
joke, that's on you. Work for NASA on and off doing freelance graphics. Graphics operational manager for NASA. Now, is it really them halfway to the moon? Or they just turned out the legs in the cabin and pressed the camera up against a round window?
And finally, the element that seals their fate. All the footage of Apollo 11 requested from NASA over a 5-year period. One gem was discovered just before the completion of this documentary. An old reel received by mistake. It contains the raw or unedited footage of the crew of Apollo 11, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin Jr., and Neil Armstrong, staging part of their mission for nearly an hour in living color, with exceptionally clear behind-the-scenes audio of conversations discussing the techniques used to achieve a disingenuous picture depicting the Earth at a distance. This is a segment that they believed wasn't even being recorded, much less suitable for broadcast, for the lens was being zoomed out and the scene was being changed to that of an interior of the astronauts at work, and apparently the stop button popped back up on the recorder without notice. Here is the diffused work light that they used to see camera controls, but not throw light onto the spacecraft's wall. Here they remove part of the crescent insert. Finally, the iris is opened up to see the real location of the camera and the very bright and near Earth out the window.
NASA urine recycler, test 1, sample 1. It's the first water we've got out of the machine. This will allow astronauts to recycle their urine and sweat into beautiful, clean, clear drinking water. First sample, transparency, subpar.
Oh, that's just piss. That's just straight up piss.
A group of social criminals. These people in the space program. Nassholes, I call them.
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself. Away from me. You're a coward and a liar and a thief. I want you to swear to God on the Bible that you walked on the moon. Okay? If you walked on the moon, we're given the opportunity to swear to God that you walked on the moon.
I'm going to give you the opportunity to get the hell knocked out of you if you don't leave it alone.
So why don't you just put into the record in the argument, then put your hand on the Bible, swear to God you walked on the moon.
Mr. Several, knowing you, that's probably a fake Bible. Well, you're talking to the wrong guy. Why don't you talk to the administrator at NASA? We're passengers. We're guys going on a flight.
I don't hit people, but you're going to be on the deck unless you get
I'm heading out. I appreciate it.
And get the hell out of the clubhouse.
Well, take your stuff and get the fuck out. Why don't you quote me and say it's bullshit? When the shadow's in her uncle, I don't give a damn about all that shit.
This is shit. A lunar orbit being falsified.
Being falsified?
Correct. We've got an unedited tape from a source at the Johnson Space Center.
Totally nonsense. Mr. Seibel, you do not deserve answers. If you show this publicly, you're open for a lawsuit. Okay?
Excuse me, how much do you want to bet I can find work quicker than you?
There's no way.
All right, let's see who can find something faster.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, go. Okay, I found a gig for later today.
Wait, how'd you find it so quick?
I just looked on ShiftSmart. I can work this gig stocking shelves that starts in 2 hours and either pay me today or tomorrow.
Wow, okay, I'm gonna have to download this app right now and sign up.
If you're looking to make some extra cash and get paid in days, download ShiftSmart and pick up some gigs. It's that easy.
Done. Thanks, dude.
Download ShiftSmart.
Download ShiftSmart.
Get money.
Get money.
Images of Earth from space, you're gonna see that image. I mean, why would you have fake images and computer animated images of Earth when you can have the real thing? So basically, when you search Earth from space, you should see all real images of Earth from space. Like, everybody thinks NASA does science, so why wouldn't you see that? No, you get this. Ribbons of imagery. Why would you need to do that? Because there's supposed to be satellites past low Earth orbit. Why can't you just take a fucking picture? Okay, that's supposed to be real. That's Apollo 17's image of Earth, and they use it all the time, and nobody ever thinks about it. You're shown this picture is in every single science book. See that circle cloud formation? This picture is so distinctive. They use it on the covers of magazines. They still use it today. I saw it must be 3 weeks ago now, but I clicked on an article because it had this fucking image in it. They still use this picture to represent Earth.
Photo painting. Photo painting. How the fuck would you know? That's an official photo from NASA. But plus, how many people think that's a photo? But plus, how many people think this is bullshit? Oh, this is Pupapipia. This is the distant planet of Venus. As you can see here, these are the crater textures on my shirt.
Yeah, all of those are supposed to be real. They're from Apollo 17. So basically, when you search images of Earth from space and you want to see a real picture, you're going to see that, and you're going to see other pictures from Apollo. How long ago were the Apollo missions? And then you go to recent shit, like, what's it called? The Blue Marble 2012? It's a fucking composite. It's not a real picture. And they admit it. They tell you it's a composite.
Simmons' job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is. A composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So she said composite. Now, when you search images of Earth from space, even though everybody thinks NASA does science, they're on the cutting edge of science, they're exploring the solar system. When you search images of Earth from space, you should see real pictures of Earth from space. And you're not going to see that. You're going to see composite after composite. You could go to the Blue Marble series. You're going to see composite after composite. And they can't even make you at least 100 images of Earth from space. They don't even bother making 50 or 20. They don't care. They don't have to show you other images of the Earth. They just don't have to do it because nobody questions it. There it is. This picture is in every single science book. It is fake as fuck. And they keep using it because it is supposed to be real. Unlike their composites, which they don't use very often, they use this one.
In between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Yeah, of course it has to be.
Sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And fuck you. There are no pictures of Earth from space. And this shows you that those GPS satellites do not exist, because if those satellites existed, there would be pictures of the Earth from space. They would have the ability to do that.
Storage that's both affordable and built to last? Choose the trusted durability of U.S. General from Harbor Freight. Whether you're looking for complete storage solutions, roll cabinets, carts, or accessories for your garage, U.S. General has it all. With a full selection of colors, customization options, parts, trays, and more. You can build your setup just the way you want. Pick yours up today and see why U.S. General is trusted across America. U.S. General, only at Harbor Freight.
I had some late payments on my credit report that were false.
Meet Tandrea. Her story is so worthy of celebrating, we made it into a book.
Protect your credit at all costs. Those are the words of Tandrea the Wise. Some years ago, she was in debt. That's when Credit Karma had her back. Direct dispute became her weapon of choice for errors. A credit score over 700 was soon hers to admire. It's not about how you start, it's searching for new ways to get better that matters the most.
Start your story with Intuit Credit Karma.
spacewalk, a bubble rises in the pool. It's complete fraud. Here the helmet gets hit on the International Space Station, and a bubble rises into the pool. This spacewalk from NASA isn't even a month old yet. And here's a bubble taking an odd trajectory because it's in a water pool. It even curves because the water is it's not motionless, it's moving. And here on the International Space Station, they once even got caught with a scuba tank in space. It's ridiculous that they get away with this shit. What's even more ridiculous about them filming spacewalks in a water pool, and spacewalks are impossible, is that the women for the hoax perm their hair. Here she's in front of a blue screen, and the background is not moving. The cable is completely still. And in real life, there would be airflow in the space station. The space station would be making adjustments that would not stay fixated. It's just a screenshot. And they just put it in the background. It's blue screen. And her hair is permed for this ridiculous hoax. This is a video that I made about the absurdity with their hairdos. They perm their hair. It's ridiculous. Their hair stays fixated. The public doesn't notice that their hair is permed. And yeah, the women are completely ridiculous on the space station. In 0G, hair is moving through air. It behaves like hair moving through air. It does not stay fixated into position. And yet, when you watch them on the International Space Station and you look at their hair, it always stays in a particular position relative to their head, and it doesn't flop around naturally like it's supposed to. And here is Perm Lady Head. I mean, look at her. She looks like Medusa. She looks like she has fixated snakes coming out of her head. It's permed like that.
Here and be pretty relaxed. Everybody has a hand.
Here's another idiot. Her hair is completely fixated. It's a perm. It always springs back into that particular position. It's ludicrous. And look at this idiot. She must be a Freemason or something. Because sometimes that's who they get to do these hoaxes. They're sworn to secrecy, and they're fucking pieces of shit.
Over the past 120 years, we've fueled our fair share of drives, each one magical in its own way. Because as long as there are great drives to be had, we will be here to fuel them. Texaco, forever in drive.
If it's gorgeous you want, look for the grit. Because it's the pros who are out there, pulling together dozens of projects a year. And they know where remarkable is always in stock at Floor & Decor.
time-lapse photography, the velocity of these clouds has been dramatically increased. While they were actually driven...
My research of the last year has led me to the conclusion that not even low Earth orbit is possible, that the International Space Station is a hoax, and all manned space travel is fake. First though, let's have a look at the International Space Station. I want to talk about some of the anomalies I see there. For the inside of the International Space Station, there are a couple of zero-gravity tricks that they use to fake it. The first is they have a complete mock-up of the International Space Station built on the inside of an airplane. And that airplane does a bunch of rises and falls. It does a parabolic, upside-down parabolic trajectory, and that simulates zero gravity. The other main way they simulate the zero gravity is with suspension in front of a blue screen. And they use that trick for extended periods of time, for longer than 45-second segments. But they can't move around as much. They can't do the acrobatic flips and rolls in the extended mode. So there's full motion mode where they can fully move around, and that's faked in a plane. And then there's suspended or extended mode where they're suspended by wires in front of a blue screen. They don't move around as much, but they can make the scene last for a longer period of time. In this scene, Chris Hadfield bends down in order to adjust something, and you can see on the back of his shirt a couple of upticks on either side where you would expect wires to come in on either side of that harness in order to support it. Of course, they've computer graphicked out the supporting wires. You can't actually see them, but what you can see is a very slight discoloration where it's slightly lighter and then it goes slightly darker. And that's strange. That shows a couple of things. First of all, it shows that this isn't live from space. They're often portraying that this is live. Of course, these things are fully choreographed and edited in advance to make sure that there's nothing too obvious that you can see that gives away that this is a suspension in front of a blue screen hoax. The other thing it shows is that this is not raw footage coming to us. This is edited stuff. This is supposed to be a legitimate space program. This is supposed to be the International Space Station, and we should be able to see whatever's going on. But they edit things because the whole thing is edited. In one extended mode scene, Chris Hadfield on the right is going back. He's going back, and then he just stops. That's an odd motion. You would expect if this was true zero gravity that you have to support yourself, you have to stop yourself on both the top and the bottom of your body as you're drifting back. If you just stop yourself with your feet, then your head will rotate backwards. Conversely, if you just hang on at the top with your hands, then your feet will still keep moving. You have to support yourself at both the top and the bottom of your body. But his hands, Chris Hadfield's hands, aren't touching anything. He just goes back and then he stops. And that's odd. You can see a sort of a harness sticking through the t-shirt of Chris Hadfield. It's a harness that's around the waist. That's how they're supported. Also notice that Chris Hadfield has the habit of bringing his knees up. That's because his stomach muscles aren't as strong. He doesn't have as much midriff strength as some of the others who are able to elongate their body and make the hoax look a bit more realistic. He's constantly bringing his knees up because he's not as strong as the others. Occasionally, though, the others bring their knees up too. Notice that in the extended scenes, which seems to be done in front of a blue screen, like if you have a look at this guy going back towards the screen, there's some strange shadows there. Look like they're CGI'd in. Using computer graphics, they edit out the supporting wires and edit in these rotating floating objects. They always seem very concerned with the object. Chris Hadfield looks at it very closely. You don't want the object getting too far out of control, because if it starts bouncing off the cabin in a weird way or goes back to the blue screen, it could ruin the whole illusion. They also don't bounce those oranges off the walls. I'd like to see them get a tennis ball and throw it around really hard and fast, and I'd like to see them do-si-do each other really quickly, which they can't do, or they'd get all their wires tangled up. The extended mode is much quieter than full motion mode. In full motion mode, you can actually hear the sound of the jet engines, the engines of the airplane. In every single scene of full motion mode, in every segment of the International Space Station, you can hear this loud sound, the sound of the jet engines. You could argue that it's the air conditioning system. Not even an office air conditioner is that loud. And why is there a loud sound in every segment of the International Space Station? That's because no matter how soundproof you make it, you can't filter out all of the sound of the jet engines. An airplane is just too noisy. You can put noise-cancelling headphones on when you're on a plane, and that doesn't stop the sound from getting through. It muffles it. They also use microphones that don't pick up very far away. If you have a look at this scene here, you can see that when the microphone's in the middle, pointing towards the guy in the middle, you can't hear the sound of jet engines as much, but when the microphone goes to the guy on the side, you can hear the sound of jet engines a bit more. So you can't truly soundproof the inside of the airplane where they fake full motion mode. You can see in this scene from the recent National Geographic documentary Live from Space, Koichi Wakata is looking at the window there. This is full motion mode, and you can tell because of the sound of jet engines. In quiet mode, they can go to the cupola and they can look through at their model, and you can see an amazing model. Gee, why would you build the International Space Station out of a bunch of long, thin segments that can easily break at the joints? So there's their fairly realistic view of the rest of the International Space Station.
Hello, Rick.
Hello, Dermot. Welcome to the International Space Station.
Oh, it's nice to have you with us. Rick, thank you so much. When did you apply to join the astronaut program yourself?
Well, actually, getting selected as an astronaut's not as easy as it sounds. I started applying many years ago, and it actually took me 9 years and 9 different applications before I was finally selected in 3 different interviews. Oh, absolutely. It went well beyond any expectations I had.
And Koichi, you're the commander of the ISS. Congratulations, the first Japanese commander. What does being commander actually mean?
Well, it's quite an honor and a big challenge for me, but I am humbled to take up this challenge. I'm so happy to be able to work with my very hardworking crewmates, Rick and Misha. And I think I got to see that I have a really talented and motivated crew. I got the easy part. Just to make sure that they're eating fine and they're sleeping fine and just having fun up here. And I need to make sure that we have good communication with the flight control teams, a wonderful team all over the world. But, we work together as an integrated team, and it's really a lot of fun to work with Rick and Misha.
And what's the reaction been like in Japan?
Actually, they really liked watching the change of command ceremony last Sunday, and I had a lot of feedback, and like to many international partners of the International Space Station program, to Japan it means a lot to have its own representative to have a chance to command the International Space Station.
have a look at their feet. There's stabilization bars, blue stabilization bars. To balance the rotation. As he moves away from there, he moves forward. And once again, he hangs on to the bar on the side with his left hand to stabilize himself.
From the International Space Station. Hello, Katie. Hello. This is so cool, isn't it? Hey, Katie, I want to welcome aboard the space station. This is Leah. This is Leah. Welcome aboard the space station. Look at this. Wow. Are you going to be okay, or? There's a delay too, so we got to take that into Katie, can you hear me?
You know, Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. Oh, good.
Thing we do, we're weightless, and all the things we're doing it with are weightless as well. So you start off with that teeth brushing thing, and I have to say, you know, spitting, that's going to be a problem. So we swallow our toothpaste, and the day goes weightless from there.
And then what is your average work day? Is it like a real 8-hour day, or? And then what do you guys do? You sit around looking out the windows, or what do you guys do? This is what I want to know. Scare you?
I won't say they scare me, but I'll tell you that I take them very, very seriously, in that we exercise you know, about almost 2 hours a day, which I'll say I'm not disciplined enough to do down on the earth. But I do it up here because the implications of not exercising are really having a tremendous amount of bone loss. And I have a 10-year-old, and I figure I still have a lot of running around to do when I get home.
Katie, I wanted to ask you, other than your family, your son, what do you, as a woman, what do you miss the most?
Jelly beans, but then how to eat these in space, this is truly challenging, because as soon as I open this bag, all of these are going to want to come out. And so I'm going to have just a couple come out.
Japan, and that brings us to Koichi, who's in the Japanese lab Kibo. So Koichi, walk me through what you're working on in this lab.
Yeah, this is an experiment called Spheres. And these satellite robots are specifically designed to function in the microgravity. They contain the software that the scientists are testing.
At first, this looks like a full motion scene to me, but on closer inspection, I think this is a suspended mode scene. When it's sped up, you can kind of see them swinging, and it has the same backdrop as the other suspended mode scenes. And then there's this weird part. Rick Mastracchio puts out his hand and he moves forward. Maybe he's using his feet to wedge himself forward somehow, but it doesn't look like it. The floor is smooth. His foot is behind that blue handle that's attached to the floor that he keeps both of his feet under and keeps shuffling back and forth on. He sticks his left hand out and then he just moves forward. He is Superman. That's how Superman moves forward. He sticks out his arm and he flies. Another aspect of the illusion of space travel is space walks. These are faked inside a swimming pool. It's a custom-built swimming pool, and that's a great way to fake zero gravity. About 6 months ago, in 2013, a gallon of water leaked into one of their spacesuits in a matter of seconds. NASA doesn't really have a proper explanation for how on earth this could have happened. There shouldn't be water leaking into someone's helmet and a person almost drowning in space. How can you drown in space? They now wear snorkels to make sure that they don't drown in space. How can this be happening? A snorkel in space? There could be some water in the porous plate sublimator. When they were on the moon, they supposedly had about a gallon of water, but that cooling system is supposed to be well away from their head. There really is no sane explanation for why a gallon of water would leak into someone's spacesuit, unless you realize the whole thing is faked inside a swimming pool. In this scene, you can see the Chinese spacewalk, and you can see a bubble coming up from the guy's suit. How do you have a bubble in space? Space is supposed to be a vacuum, not a swimming pool. But it's obviously just a swimming pool filled with water. Obviously, there would be some equipment that they could only fix from the outside, but a lot of these spacewalks, it seems like equipment they easily could have configured to be accessible from the inside of the International Space Station. It seems more like an excuse to get out and show their other space trick, which is the faking of spacewalks in a swimming pool. In this vid, you catch a glimpse of someone wearing a scuba tank. Scuba tanks in space? Snorkels and scuba tanks in space? They act like a spacewalk is just a walk in the park, like there's very little danger involved at all. They're looking through the spacesuits. Oh, here's a spacesuit, we're going to go for a spacewalk. As if there's no danger at all, like they don't care. They don't care. They don't act like they're in a life-threatening situation, like they could die at any second, even though they can't. So you would think to preserve their life they would want to minimize the amount of spacewalking that they did. But there seems to be an abundance of equipment on the outside of the International Space Station that constantly requires repairing, which makes for a good TV spectacle and is inspired by movies like Sandra Bullock's Gravity. And after Gravity came out, they of course had to do another spacewalk to fix some emergency, some piece of equipment that their lives depend on that amazingly they can fix every time. But you know what? Thanks to the genius of the engineers at NASA, they employ snorkels in space now, so that should stop them from drowning.
Right, so the snorkel, as I mentioned, this is actually a part that we can change out on the spacesuit. It's part of a waterline vent tube assembly, which is actually what runs from the backpack of the suit, and it's what hooks up to the liquid cooling and ventilation garment that the crew members wear. So normally these tubes will be passing water that's providing cooling around the crew member's body. So some smart engineers on the ground were able to figure out, hey, it's a similar diameter to a snorkel that you have for scuba diving. So what if we're able to, each waterline vent tube assembly has 2 of these tubes. So by just sacrificing one of our spares on board, they were able to come up with a way to just snip off the ends and then file it so that it's not rough in the crew member's mouth, and then apply Velcro. We already have Velcro inside the suit, which is what holds the drink bag up to the front part of the suit. So they were able to come up with this ingenious idea to hold it in.
I guess the unique experience is a really good way to describe it. There's one aspect, the part of being outside that is really similar to being in the NBL, the training facility, the neutral buoyancy lab, the big swimming pool we have at CHOPPAZ Space Center down in Houston. Everything looks the same in that swimming pool, but outside, there's a big Earth going by. There's sunsets and sunrises to kind of wake you up or brighten, kind of blind your eyesight, and so just the view is what's completely different. That's what takes your breath away when you're trying to get back to the business of doing your work, and amazingly enough, the Earth is just rotating by underneath you.
And, we talk about spacewalks, but it's a bit of a misnomer. It's more like space floating. You're really not out there walking. And I guess the best analogy I can tell everybody is if you could imagine yourself scuba diving in a suit of armor, that's about what spacewalking is like.
And the Wide Field Planetary Camera 2 is clear of the structure of the telescope, and now Foista will be maneuvered by Meg.
It's a Chinese spacewalk. A bubble rises in the pool. It's complete fraud. Here the helmet gets hit on the International Space Station and a bubble rises into the pool. This spacewalk from NASA isn't even a month old yet. And here's a bubble taking an odd trajectory because it's in a water pool. It even curves because the water is it's not motionless, it's moving. And here on the International Space Station, they once even got caught with a scuba tank in space. It's ridiculous that they get away with this shit. What's even more ridiculous about them filming spacewalks in a water pool, and spacewalks are impossible, is that the women for the hoax perm their hair. Here she's in front of a blue screen, and the background is not moving. The cable is completely still. And in real life, there would be airflow in the space station. The space station would be making adjustments that would not stay fixated. It's just a screenshot. And they just put it in the background. It's blue screen. And her hair is permed for this ridiculous hoax. This is a video that I made about the absurdity with their hairdos. They perm their hair. It's ridiculous. Their hair stays fixated. The public doesn't notice that their hair is permed. And yeah, the women are completely ridiculous on the space station. In 0G, the hair is moving through air. It behaves like hair moving through air. It does not stay fixated into position. And yet, when you watch them on the International Space Station and you look at their hair, it always stays in a particular position relative to their head, and it doesn't flop around naturally like it's supposed to. And here is Perm Lady Head. I mean, look at her. She looks like Medusa. She looks like she has fixated snakes coming out of her head. It's permed like that.
Here and be pretty relaxed. Everybody has a hand.
Here's another idiot. Her hair is completely fixated. It's a perm. It always springs back into that particular position. It's ludicrous. And look at this idiot. She must be a Freemason or something. Because sometimes that's who they get to do these hoaxes. They're sworn to secrecy, and they're fucking pieces of shit.
Just 24 hours ago, the 6 crew members had an opportunity to conduct what now has been the traditional change of command ceremony. They gathered inside the Japanese Kibo module for that activity, in which Max Sarayev formally handed over the reins of the command of the International Space Station to Butch Wilmore. There were opening remarks from Reed Wiseman and Alexander Gerst. So for your viewing enjoyment, let's take a look at yesterday's change of command ceremony.
Okay, welcome everybody to the Expedition 41.
Now notice Clive Davis always holding his hand into a fist over fist. Now, in the Masonic world, that means time is up. His time has not come up yet, so who does he referring to when he holds his hands over his fist? Someone's time is up. It's Whitney.
Okay, welcome everybody to the Expedition 41-42 Change of Command. This is Reed Wiseman. I'm joined with Alex Gerst and Max Sarayev, and the 3 of us are heading out tomorrow. So we just wanted to kick it off by saying a few words. And for me personally, this is the most unique ship with the most amazing crew and the most incredible ground support that I've ever worked with. And it's been an honor and a privilege to spend 165 days up here. And with that said, I'm looking forward to heading home tomorrow with these two. And I'll hand it over to my German colleague, Dr. Alex Gerst.
Yeah, they say this is the most complex machine that humanity has ever built. Now, even after half a year on board,
event of this, and let me introduce a new commander of International Space Station, Captain Wilmer Butch. Introduce a new commander of International Space Station, Captain Wilmer Butch.
All right, thank you, Max. Hey, I want to congratulate you on a great tenure as commander of this engineering marvel. Nicely done, Max. And to the whole team here, thanks, guys. It's been a wonderful 2 months. We're going to miss you guys when you leave tomorrow. And for the team on Earth, it's an amazing, as Alex said, it's an amazing accomplishments day in and day out, things that takes place here. And you think about all the people literally around the globe working together for the common good of mankind. And I want to, like as they said, thank everyone as we go forward. And with that, we'll say increment 42 has begun. All right?
Congrats.
All right. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you all.
Houston and Moscow. The crew of Expedition 28 has had the discussion about emergency procedures during the transition period that will exist from the change of command ceremony tonight until the hatch closing and official departure. Andre and his crew tomorrow. And it's been great flying with you. It's been great working with you. I am ready to accept command.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
So for the International Space Station program, all the international partners, thank you very much for giving me the keys to the family car. Thank you, Kevin. With great humility and pleasure, I accept command of the International Space Station. Thank you, sir.
There you go. Good luck.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on becoming the first Canadian commander of the International Space Station. We look forward to working with you as you take command and you lead the crew through increment 35.
Welcome to the end of increment 40. We've accomplished a lot. We've had a lot of fun. Hopefully everybody else had a lot of fun too. This was a team effort. We got together. We did it as a team. And of course, we actually had the easy part. You guys on the ground had the most difficult part. And it's come to an end. And so I'd like to hand over the command of the International Space Station to Maxim Sarayev.
Thank you very much and welcome to increment 41. Houston and Moscow and all of the control centers around the world, from the crew here on board the International Space Station after having served through Expedition 35. It is time to hand over the command of the spaceship to the Expedition 36 crew. So from this young Canadian kid's dreams to be realized to command a spaceship, on behalf of everybody at the Canadian Space Agency and the International Space Station program that trusted us to do our job right. Para. And so I pass command of the International Space Station to Pavel Vladimirovich Vinogradov. Congratulations.
Наступил тот момент, когда мы
The moment has come
прощаться с
that we need to say goodbye
великолепным домом,
to our wonderful home,
прекрасной станцией,
this beautiful station
больше 5 месяцев.
where we spent over 5 months.
Я хочу сказать руководству
And I would like to transfer the command of this beautiful home,
моему другу,
my space home, to my friend,
командиру
the new space station commander, Fyodor Yurchikhin.
Спасибо, Павел.
Thank you very much, Pavel.
Спасибо, дружище.
Thank you, my great friend.
Expedition 38. Рик Мастракио, Коичи Ваката, Майкл Тюрин, Майкл Хопкинс, Сергей Рязанский, and Expedition 38 Commander Oleg Kotov. Welcome on board.
Okay, hello everyone on the ground. So again, I'm really glad to pick up the station from my first commander, Fyodor Yurchikhin, and from his excellent crew. Thank you. ИСУК Москвы официально
MCC Moscow.
принимаю командование 38.
I am taking over the command of Expedition 38. Welcome on board. Welcome Increment 38, and good luck to us in our work.
It's a great joy for me to be here with you today. For me, it has been a privilege and an honor to serve as commander of the space station and to work with such a gift crew as well as such dedicated ground support staff at all of the mission control center. So, Gennady, it's your time to be commander, as I said. No? That's it.
Well done, Expedition 31, and congratulations, Expedition 32. It's a pleasure to work with all of you, and we look forward to many days and hours working with you, Expedition 32, and looking forward to congratulating our friends back down on the ground, Expedition 31.
Lots of things could go wrong. They're on the edge of death every second, yet they act like giddy children with gay abandon. Another curious thing is, take this piece of exercise equipment. They've deliberately detached it from the wall so that it's not directly attached to the side of the International Space Station, so that when they exercise, when they do their movements, the movements don't translate to the station and don't move the station around. That's a wonderful concept. I like that idea. You wouldn't want the station to be moving around a lot. The problem is, this piece of equipment is the only thing that they isolate from the International Space Station. Every other movement is translated to the station. They don't care. They don't bother to isolate the station from the people moving around inside. They grab these blue handles, which are all over the station. They often have to stabilize themselves on these blue handles. There seems to be so much motion in the International Space Station. If you take Chris Hadfield, he's moving through the station at breakneck speed, and then he stops himself on the wall. That motion is going to be translated to the station. The station is very big, it weighs many tons, but in space there's really nothing to stop these motions from moving the position or the orientation of the space station. The International Space Station uses several large gyroscopes for attitude control to maintain its proper orientation and so on. And there's a reaction control system consisting of rockets as backup, supposedly. We can only presume that the rocket-based reaction control system isn't employed very often, as they don't talk about it. Given that there are so many people inside moving around, moving gear around all the time, And every time the solar panels were moved, every time the Soyuz docked with it, there would be motions impinging on the station, and this would move the station. So what you'd need is a system of rockets on the outside burning fuel in order to stop the International Space Station from misaligning, from moving out of place. When it comes to satellites and things in orbit, you don't want them moving around a lot. The International Space Station changes in altitude somewhat, supposedly. It goes up and down. They supposedly bring up 3 tons of water every year. That's hard to believe, but let's take that at face value. But they never talk about huge amounts of rocket fuel. But even without the rockets, all of these motions of the astronauts and the solar panels moving around would put tremendous strains on the joints, and they're not flexible joints. Having a huge airproof flexible joint of that size would be an incredible engineering feat. They don't have them anyway. There's not supposed to be any relative motion between sections. The International Space Station was made piecemeal. They started off with one section and then they added another section. It consists of a bunch of tubular sections which are joined together. It's an ad hoc design. Here are a few scenes from the tour of the International Space Station that they take you on. And I noticed that there's no airlock between sections. This means if there's an air leak in one section, they will be affected in all sections. They're quite likely to all die. You could wear the spacesuit. That would work for a few hours until you had to eat, and then you'd have to take the spacesuit off and you'd be exposed to the vacuum of space and you'd be dead. The porous plate sublimator only lasts for a few hours anyway. Or sometimes they're tethered. Do they have tether points on the inside of the International Space Station? Not likely. They don't really design it with life in mind. You could argue that they all scramble into the Soyuz and try and get back to Earth in the event of an air leak. Well, that would be very odd. They would have to completely change and recalculate all of the re-entry parameters if you're going to cram all 11 people or however many people they have on there. They have many people on the station at the same time. You also couldn't cram that many people, all 10 or 11 of them, into the one Soyuz at the same time. They only ever have one emergency Soyuz escape capsule. You couldn't cram them all in. It's very odd that they're up there in this life-threatening situation where an air leak could happen at any time and they could all die, and there's not even enough lifeboats for them to make it back to Earth. Having no airlock in between sections is very odd. The more sections they add to the International Space Station, the more dangerous it becomes, and yet they don't care. They just add as many as they like.
Check that out. Sun sets, the space station gets brighter. This is just a bunch of bogus garbage. You can only see it if you speed it up. You won't notice it in real time. Look, what could be, if the sun is setting behind, what could be brightening the space station? And notice how they changed the scene too. It cuts. That's because this is bogus garbage. How is the space station, supposed space station, visible after the sun has set behind a supposed round Earth horizon? How? Look at that. Sun sets, space station gets brighter. But notice the sun has been disappearing, supposedly. But yet you can still see this. What's shining from here to reflect light off? The supposed sun. You cannot see the sun from free space. You need the Earth's atmosphere to see the sun and the stars. How they are able to see this is beyond me. The sun is setting. Watch this here, how it gets dark. but in the other video was still visible, and there was no sun. But I know many will say that the sun was out of the picture. It's just garbage. And you're being lied to. And NASA cannot hide it anymore. Look how fake this is. Look at that. Well, you would figure in their lie they got it right here. Gone. Sunsets, space station not visible. Look at that. You can't, there it's visible, there it's invisible. Yeah, I know. It's out of angle. That's what all the naysayers are going to say. Wake up, people. Wake up.
Another curious aspect is how they deal with water. There's no proper shower, so they must be incredibly uncomfortable and stinky the whole time, yet they have huge smiles plastered on their face. They can't have a proper shower. Nevertheless, they must use some water in order to clean themselves, in order to clean their hair. What do they do with this water? Supposedly they have suction for when they urinate, but aside from that, there are no special vacuum sinks. In other words, there's water floating around all over the International Space Station. Now, none of the surfaces are waterproof. It's just expected that you keep the water confined to one area of the International Space Station, away from the delicate electronic equipment and so on. And what do you do with this water, especially dirty water? Because that's what water does. It absorbs dirt and particles. They would accumulate so much filthy water. The mantra, of course, is recycling. They're supposed to recycle everything. Wow, they have some amazing recycling technologies on the International Space Station that they can't demonstrate anywhere else. I mean, it's a super water recycler that's compact enough to fit inside the International Space Station. Imagine how much maintenance such a system would require. You'd have to bring up so many filters and chemicals, and things would be breaking down and you'd have to repair it, but you don't have the tools to do it. So there's another curious, strange aspect of the International Space Station which endangers their lives and could kill them. But they don't care. They always have huge smiles on their face, like they're having a really good time, even though they could die at any second. Another curious aspect is that humans emit dust with time. Their skin dies and drops off. That's what makes for most dust inside a person's house. There'd be so much dust building up on the International Space Station, and yet you never see them go around with a dust buster, with a small vacuum cleaner sucking things up. What do they do with the dust? Well, supposedly there's a trash disposal thing in the form of a re-entry vehicle which strangely burns up on re-entry, even though the ones with humans inside supposedly survive re-entry. That's a very curious contradiction, but they have a trash disposal capsule that they put their trash into, but they never talk about the dust. They never talk about the solid waste from the supposed space-age sewage system that they have. That's another strange thing, is supposedly they have a sewage system. I don't know how they cram it into the International Space Station. Perhaps it's in the walls of the station, but they never talk about the smell. It'd be impossible to avoid the smell of a sewage system in the walls of the International Space Station, because they're trapped inside this tin can. It's completely sealed from the vacuum of space. You could have any number of super filters and try and get rid of the smell. It wouldn't work. They never talk about bringing bacteria up in order to replenish the bacteria that's in the sewage system. They never talk about bringing all of the extra oxygen up that you'd need to let the bacteria process the sewage. In fact, what they must do is simply store their feces in the cupboard. They would have to put on a pair of plastic gloves and grab their feces and put it in the closet. There's no sewage system on there. They can pretend that there's a sewage system. There's no sewage system. So in other words, they're living with their own feces, and the smell must be incredible. Yet they always have huge smiles plastered on their face, like the International Space Station is the best place in the world to be. But it would be awful. What about their laundry? Well, Chris Hadfield admits there's too much water taken for laundry. They don't do laundry. They just throw their clothes in the trash when they're done with them.
Laundry piles up. Is there a way to clean clothes in space?
No, it takes a lot of water, of course, a washing machine and a dryer. We don't have anything like that. So we just wear our clothes till they wear out, and then you throw them in the trash, and the trash is like a little unmanned resupply ship. And when it gets full of trash, then we close the hatch, and it undocks and backs away and falls down into the atmosphere, so your dirty laundry actually gets incinerated in the atmosphere. And so,
wait a minute, you guys on the space station are throwing your underwear out, your dirty underwear out the window, and it's raining down on us?
So take this woman, Sunita Williams, has supposedly been on the station for 200 days. She's never had a proper shower in that time. She's never laundered her clothes. She just wears her clothes for, I don't know, a couple of weeks, a month, and then throws them out. In other words, she stinks. She's horrible. She's clammy. She's disgusting.
Living on the International Space Station, you might be 6 months without a real shower. Essentially, you have a sponge bath is what you do every day. And yeah, you do get pretty sweaty because you're working out. But surprisingly enough, when the shuttle crew came to pick me up, was one of my first questions, do I smell? And they said I didn't smell, and they said my hair didn't look greasy, so I was pretty happy with that.
And yet they all act like they're so happy to be on the International Space Station. It seems mandatory to smile if you're on the International Space Station. I guess when you're doing a hoax, you have to have a big smile plastered on your face, because that's what distracts people. Now check this video out. The whole video is about a minute long. I said 45 seconds before was the maximum for full motion mode. It may be more like a minute that they can do this full motion zero gravity mode, because then the airplane finishes its parabolic trajectory. It has to dip down for a short period of time. There's double the gravity. Anyway, have a look at the end of this, and there's a strange motion to the center. Take a look at the way it moves. It kind of skips out of her control a couple of times. First it dips down and then up a little bit, and then at the end it goes up a little bit, and she kind of looks a bit embarrassed, like she's been caught putting her hands in the cookie jar. Oops, I hope you didn't see that. No, we didn't see, Katie. Just keep the beautiful smile on your face, and that'll distract us from the hoax. They supposedly urinate into these funnels. How do they keep it clean? How do they stop it from being encrusted with dried urine? You can't use water to clean it. You could, but you'd be wasting a precious resource, and then there'd be dirty urine-filled water floating around the cabin instead of ordinary water. So to summarize, they're living with their own excrement, their feces and their urine. They build the International Space Station out of long, thin segments. There's all kinds of motions being translated to the International Space Station through these blue handles everywhere. They could spring a leak between segments easily. There's no airlock between segments. They don't do laundry or have showers, and they're incredibly uncomfortable the whole time. They don't have access to proper medical treatment or facilities. They have to routinely go outside to fix equipment because they like to put stuff on the outside of the International Space Station that can only be fixed from the outside. So in short, this International Space Station is a suicidal hellhole. It's an awful place to visit. Every second their life is in danger and they could easily die, yet nothing ever goes wrong that they can't easily cope with and fix given the incredibly limited set of tools they must have up there. And they act like they don't care. The International Space Station is the worst place in the world to be, and yet they act like it's the best place you could be.
Space, the final frontier. Man has been traveling here since the 60s. All of them brave voyagers, highly trained astronauts, not everyday people until now. Our mission, to take ordinary members of the public, put them through a rigorous training regime on an isolated Russian military base, and then blast them off into space. Or so they'll think. Unbeknownst to them, they'll never actually leave UK soil. The scene is set. The countdown to launch has begun. Will the contestants even want to go into space? And if they do, will they fall for the biggest practical joke in television history? We're about to find out in Space Cadets. Hello and welcome to Space Cadets. It's Space Gym, but not as you know it. So what are we trying to achieve here? We have a two-part mission statement. Part one, we must convince a group of people that a large field a stone's throw from Ipswich is in fact a Russian space training facility. Part two, we must convince this same group of people we're going to put in a shuttle, blast them into space for 5 days, where they'll make history as Britain's first televised space tourists, when in fact they will be in this high-tech shuttle simulator based on genuine NASA blueprints in this aircraft hangar here in that same field near Ipswich. Now, if they last the full 5-day mission without rumbling us, they'll each walk away with a bundle of cash. This is the most elaborate and expensive hoax in British TV history. So what could possibly go wrong?
Hello, and welcome to the International Space Station. I'm Katie Coleman, NASA astronaut, MIT graduate from 1983, and this is my world.
space. Great flip.
Amazing. I mean, this is even better than I dreamed. I look out the window and it's all so unbelievable.
Well, when we look out the window, Emerson, the thing that we see and notice the most is planet Earth. Some of our best windows face the Earth, and it's very blue.
Hey, look, this pen is floating. How crazy is that?
Slave your ass off to your wife and your mother.
You don't have to shout, Raj. It's not like I'm an astronaut floating around in outer space. Oh, wait, I am.
So, is it everything you hoped it would be?
It's better. I wake up every morning and I just can't believe I'm on this incredible adventure.
Well, most fun is actually waking up every single morning and realizing that I am still here on the space station. I mean, I grew up as a scientist, and then I was really excited about trying to be an astronaut. Became an astronaut, but still, part of you just doesn't believe that you'd really get to live in space.
Weightless. Free orbit. Just where are we? You mean this thing is waking? We're... No, sir. Not me. Nobody ever told me this was practical. Turn this thing around, you hear? Take me back. I ain't going. That's just to look at. I'm sick.
Take one of these pills. It'll settle your stomach.
is Limo Emo from Liberty Mutual, who helps save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
And his partner, Doug, is the gentleman under the security guard.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Old Spice Gentleman Super Hydration Body Wash. Vanilla and shea. 24/7 moisturization with vitamin B3.
Are you using all the Old Spice?
Oops.
The way we view the universe has a profound impact on our understanding of ourselves. Today we see the Earth as a small, fragile globe, orbiting at just the right distance from the Sun for life to flourish. It appears to be the only planet with life in the solar system, and the planets themselves are mere specks in the vacuum of space. Human life seems reduced to insignificance when set against the vast, nearly empty spaces of modern astronomy. But before the modern era, the universe appeared much more comfortable and accommodating. Thus, medieval European cosmology placed the Earth in the center of a small spherical universe surrounded by the abode of God and the elect. In this study, we will explore an early Earth-centered conception of the cosmos from India. This cosmological system is presented in the Bhagavat Purana, or Srimad Bhagavatam, one of India's important sacred texts. We begin with a brief outline of this system. First of all, the Bhagavatam describes innumerable universes. Each one is contained in a spherical shell surrounded by layers of elemental matter that mark the boundary between mundane space and the unlimited spiritual world. The region within the shell is called the Brahmanda, or Brahma egg. It contains an earth disk called Bhumandala that divides it into an upper heavenly half and a subterranean half filled with amniotic water. Bhumandala is divided into a series of geographic features called oceans and islands. But these are geometrically perfect rings of cosmic size with no resemblance to irregular earthly continents. In the center of Bhumandala is the circular island of Jambudweep, with 9 subdivisions called Varshas. These include Bharatavarsha, which can be understood in one sense as India, and in another as the total area inhabited by ordinary human beings. Jambudweep is centered on the geometrically shaped Sumeru mountain, which represents the world axis and is surmounted by the city of Brahma, the universal creator. The Bhagavatam says that the sun orbits on its one-wheeled chariot, which rides on Bhumandala. If we take Bhumandala as a literal plane, we see that the sun orbits nearly in this plane. The motion of the sun on its chariot corresponds to what happens in the Arctic during the summer, but it never would be observed at the latitudes of India. The ecliptic projects onto an off-centered circle in the planisphere map, and the sun's position on this map corresponds to the point on the Earth globe where the sun is at the zenith. The terminator, or boundary between day and night, is a great circle on the globe that is perpendicular to the sun's zenith position. It projects stereographically onto a circular arc on the planisphere that rotates once every 24 hours. At the equinoxes, this arc becomes a straight line. At the solstices, it bends so that the north polar region is illuminated in the northern summer, or in darkness in northern winter. The passage of day and night is described in the Bhagavatam as a straight terminator rotating over a plane map, as we see here. Here we see the ecliptic and the zodiac projected stereographically onto the Earth map. The sun and zodiac revolve clockwise together once per day, while the sun moves counterclockwise around the zodiac once per year. Here the zodiac is projected stereographically onto Bhumandala. Note that as the sun goes around the off-centered zodiac in its yearly orbit, it crosses the ring-shaped islands and oceans of Bhumandala. This ocean-crossing motion is described in the Puranas, and this also adds weight to the planisphere model.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Boumandala can be compared with an astronomical instrument called an astrolabe, which was popular in the Middle Ages. On the astrolabe, the off-centered circle represents the orbit of the Sun, the ecliptic. In an astrolabe, the Earth is represented in stereographic projection on a flat plate called the mater. The ecliptic circle and important stars are represented on another plate called the ret. Different planetary orbits could likewise be represented by different plates, and these would be seen projected onto the Earth plate when one looks down on the instrument. The Bhagavatam similarly presents the orbits of the Sun, the Moon, and important stars on a series of planes parallel to Boumandala. The orbits of the planets are placed on additional parallel planes. Here we see the Bhagavatam's model of the orbits of the Sun, Moon, and 28 important star constellations. These lie in 3 planes parallel to Boumandala. The layout is comparable to that of an astrolabe. Seen from the side, we find that the Moon is higher than the Sun, but this is simply an artifact of the astrolabe model. It should not be taken as physical. Seen from above, everything falls into place in projection in an astronomically realistic way. Here is the geocentric system as given by the famous astronomer Tycho Brahe. Note that Brahe has the 5 traditional planets orbiting the Sun and the Sun orbiting the Earth. In the 19th century, the South Indian scholar Tiruvenkata Ramanuja Geoswami compared the solar system with Boumandala. Here is a diagram of his model. Tiruvenkata's model exactly matches the geocentric model of Tycho Brahe. In fact, this is the natural way to compare Boumandala with the planetary orbits. In a geocentric model, a planet orbits the Sun, while the Sun orbits the Earth. This produces a looping motion like that produced by a spirograph. In this simple mechanical model, we see the Sun orbiting the Earth in the center and Venus orbiting the Sun. Here we see the orbital track traced out by Venus in its geocentric orbit. Note that it passes from one boundary circle of Boumandala to another. Here we see the same thing for Mercury. The alignment between the planetary orbit and the circular features of Boumandala is approximate at 8 miles per yojana. If we choose about 8.5 miles per yojana, it becomes very accurate for all 5 traditional planets. Here we see the orbit of Mars. This orbital spiral also grazes an inner circle of Boumandala and an outer circle. The Sun's geocentric orbit is a simple near-circular ellipse that runs down the center of one of the oceans of Boumandala. The inner planets, Mercury, Venus, and Mars, are close neighbors of the Sun. For these planets, there is a 1-to-1 match between the 6 inner and outer boundary curves of their orbits and 6 bounding circles of Saptadweep, the inner system of 7 islands and oceans of Boumandala. The Sun's orbit provides a 7th circle, dividing the 6 into 2 symmetric groups. The outer planets Jupiter and Saturn delineate a larger ring of Boumandala lying outside Saptadweep. Jupiter defines the inner boundary of this ring, and Saturn nearly grazes its outer boundary, known as Lokaloka Mountain. As we mentioned before, this ring mountain is fixed in the Bhagavatam as the outer boundary of the luminaries, and Saturn is the outermost planet visible to the naked eye. The Bhagavatam similarly places 28 constellations called nakshatras in a plane just above the moon. The moon completes one orbit in 27 1/3 days, and the nakshatras mark its day-by-day motion around the ecliptic. This makes sense in the planisphere interpretation, where the nakshatras serve as a clock face, and the sun, moon, and planets are like the hands of the clock. In addition to the 28 nakshatras, the Bhagavatam mentions a few other stars, such as the 7 sages defining the Big Dipper. These stars are also placed close to the plane of Bhumandala, and their function is to mark the turning of the Kala Chakra, the wheel of time. The pole star Dhruvaloka is mentioned as the fixed center of the time wheel, and is placed directly above the 7 sages. It is regarded as the abode of Vishnu, who controls time while remaining outside of time.
Deodorant leaving a bad impression. Native is clean, clear, and residue-free. It's Native.
Could you say no to this? Neither will your kids.
Time. There are many cosmological traditions around the world which share important features of Bhagavata cosmology. These include a cosmic axial mountain or pillar, which is often identified with a local mountain, such as Mount Olympus in Greece. These traditions also include other standard features, including those shown in this generic world model. The cosmology of the Bhagavatam and the Puranas is shared in its broad features by Buddhism, and it is widespread in the Buddhist countries of Asia. This East Asian picture depicts a square version of Mount Meru and the oceans and islands of Bhumandala, surmounted by planetary orbits. This Korean wheel map shows a central continent surrounded by a circular ocean and another circular continent. Joseph Needham, in his treatise on Chinese science, traces these wheel maps to India or Babylon. Here is a Babylonian wheel map. Wheel maps were also made in medieval Europe. In these Judeo-Christian maps, Jerusalem and the sacred hill called Mount Zion were identified as the world axis. Somehow or other, the tradition of Jambudweep seems to have influenced Gerardus Mercator, who placed a mountain surrounded by a circular continent at the north pole of his map of the Arctic region. The 4 perpendicular rivers or channels flowing from the central mountain correspond to the 4 branches of the celestial Ganges flowing from Mount Meru. Here is a Phoenician seal with a personified world mountain and 4 streams issuing forth at right angles. The Dogon tribe, living near the upper bend of the Niger River, posit a circular continent with a central pillar surmounted by the residence of their high god, Amma. Note the world-girdling serpent in the circular ocean. The ethnologist Evans Wentz identifies this Navajo sand painting as a representation of the 4 sacred directional mountains of the Navajos. In many traditions, the world mountain is surrounded by 4 mountains in the cardinal directions, and we also see this in the Bhagavatam and other Puranas. The color scheme is similar to that found in Puranic and Buddhist traditions. The 4 directional mountains of Jambudweep have 4 sacred trees on their summits. These include the Jambu tree, after which Jambudweep is named. The theme of a cosmic tree of life is very common, and this tree often grows on the world mountain or stands in place of it. Here we see the Scandinavian tree of life called Yggdrasil. The apocryphal biblical literature describes a tree of life with 4 rivers of honey, milk, oil, and wine that flow down into Eden. For comparison, the Bhagavatam has rivers of special juices flowing from its 4 sacred trees. This Assyrian seal shows the tree of life on the world mountain, plus 2 sacred streams. In this East Asian picture, the tree of life stands upon the column of Mount Meru, centered on the ring pattern of Bhumandala. The Mayans of Central America have a tree of life that extends through 7 heavens, and they also speak of 5 lower worlds. Graded heavens and underworlds are found in many cosmologies, including that of the Bhagavatam. Here we see the cosmology of the Shipibo tribe of the Peruvian Manteya. This includes the tree of life, the circular continent and surrounding ocean, and the world-girdling serpent. The cosmology of the Warao of the Orinoco Delta also features a serpent of being that surrounds their world. Here we see the Norse serpent that surrounds Midgard, the inhabited world of Norse cosmology. The Bhagavatam places a universal serpent called Anantashesha beneath Bhumandala. He is generally depicted as supporting the earth from beneath, but the Mahabharata also says that he encircles her in his coils. The Bhagavatam places the cities of Brahma and the 8 Lokapalas on top of Mount Meru. Similarly, many traditions place the abode of the gods on top of their axial mountain or pillar. Here is the geometric layout of the cities of the 8 Lokapalas, or world guardians. These figure in the Vastu Purusha Mandala used to lay out temples in traditional Indian architecture. The grid of the Vastu Purusha Mandala is also associated with the nakshatra constellations marking the ecliptic. Thus, the earthly side of a temple was connected with the heavenly realm of the ecliptic. The Bhumandala disk represents the exoteric domains of the earth and planets. In contrast, the cosmic axis, extending perpendicular to Bhumandala, is filled with esoteric meaning. It represents the path of ascent or descent of the soul. In addition to the orbits of the sun, moon, and planets, there are different worlds or lokas arrayed above Bhumandala along the cosmic axis. These upper worlds can be entered through mystic cities, and they are accessible only to persons of advanced spiritual consciousness. The Bhagavatam describes the vertical dimension of the Brahmanda as a universal form of God, extending from the lowest world at the soles of the feet to the highest at the crown of the head. In this traditional picture, we see the rings of Bhumandala forming the belt of the universal form. Here the positions of the worlds are indicated in relation to the universal form. The levels in the universal form are associated with the spinal chakras on which yogis meditate, and the spine itself is called Meru Danda, after Mount Meru, the cosmic axis. The ascent of the soul through different levels of the Brahmanda is analogous to the ascent of the life force through the chakras in the body. In general, the vertical dimension of the universe represents the path of ascent or descent of the soul through different worlds and different states of consciousness. It lies perpendicular to the plane of Bhumandala, which is the world of the planetary orbits.
For me, being a creative director and a designer is finding the happy middle ground between both and being able to world build. Some of my favorite mediums are collage art, animation, illustration. Using Creative Cloud has just sped up my process and also opened up so many doors for possibilities. It never gets boring being an artist because I never know what I'm gonna do next.
Valleys of Tibet and the stunning pyramids of Mexico, to the icy wastes of the Antarctic and the deepest ocean trenches, our search for Atlantis will take us all across the world to seek out ancient clues of a civilization that perished before history had even begun. An object of endless fascination and relentless obsession. It is a quest through time and space to pivotal moments in human history, as well as the dark side of man's longing for perfection. The myth of Atlantis has cast its spell over generations, each trying to find its own unique vision of this lost idyllic paradise. Our journey will take us across oceans and continents and span 10,000 years of human history, a journey to find a magical lost world.
For this is Atlantis, the ancient land that legend has it was sunk beneath the waves 11,000 years ago by a massive cataclysm. The story has entranced scientists and scholars for centuries. Atlantis is one of the most fascinating of all historical mysteries. Stories about the disappearance of this legendary island city have echoed down the centuries since it was first written about by the Greek philosopher Plato over 2,000 years ago. But is the drowned city of Atlantis just a myth? Or is the legend based on a civilization that really did exist? And
why are so many of us so keen to believe in it?
In the 4th century BC, Athens was a city preeminent in all the world, the very epicenter of classical civilization, and a beacon of cultural and artistic excellence that has shone through the ages right down to the present day. And it was here, in the world's first democracy, that philosopher Plato wrote a story, 3.5 centuries before the time of Christ, that is the first account of Atlantis in all literature.
The fact that Plato originated the story of Atlantis gave it a great amount of weight. Plato was essentially the father of Western philosophy, and because what he had to say was so important and has remained important, it became much more acceptable, much more respectable, if you will, than if someone else had written.
Plato tells us that for long ages, the Atlanteans lived at peace with the rest of the world on their beautiful island paradise. Unspoiled by their material possessions and great wealth, they were concerned only with learning, cultivating virtue, and living in harmony with nature. Yet finally this golden age passed, and the Atlanteans became like other mortals.
Human nature got the upper hand. They became tainted with unrighteous ambition and power.
Insatiable for wealth and glory, the Atlanteans pushed forward the bounds of their empire, enslaving all before them. Finally, only one city stood between Atlantis and world domination: Athens. But here at the hands of the Athenians, the armies of Atlantis suffered a crushing defeat for the first time. A defeat that was swiftly followed by a natural disaster that laid waste to most of the world, completely destroying the islands of Atlantis.
Violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night of misfortune, the island of Atlantis disappeared in the depths of the sea.
Longing for lazy summer days in Santorini, or a dreamy drive down the Blue Ridge Parkway in the fall? What about a spring stroll through stunning cherry blossoms in Kyoto, or a winter ski trip to the snowy slopes of Jackson Hole? With the protection of an annual plan from Allianz Travel Insurance, you can be ready to go just about anywhere all year round, whenever wanderlust strikes.
And within day and night, both Atlantis and the Athenians who fought the Atlanteans disappear from the face of the earth. The only ones who are left are a few uncultured, as the Egyptians still surly, Athenians who no longer remember the story of their triumph against the foreign invaders. And that's why they have to learn it again from the Egyptians when Solon visits them.
It was this tragic tale first relayed to Solon in Egypt, which many years later was told at an Athenian dinner party. A story that might have been entirely lost were it not for the uninvited young guest who, it seems, remembered every word. Laid out in a series of concentric circles of land and water.
The circle for the Greeks, for Plato in particular, but for the Greeks in general, the circle is a perfect geometrical shape. Circular motion is a perfect kind of motion. By building it in circles, he allows it to manifest the geometrical perfection that he finds the world really exhibits, even if we don't see it every day.
In the holiest shrine of the ancient Egyptian capital, Solon was shown records of unsurpassed antiquity, the secrets of a long-lost age when a civilization of incomparable power and prestige had dominated the world 9,000 years before. The Empire of Atlantis. The description the Egyptian priests gave to Solon of this mighty, vanished civilization is the starting point for every search ever undertaken to find Atlantis. A description which Plato says
has the great advantage of being a fact and not a fiction.
Atlantis was said to lie beyond the Pillars of Hercules, outside the Mediterranean Sea, in an ocean we now call the Atlantic.
Plato was very, very specific about where Atlantis was and what size it was, and he described it as being larger than the continents of Africa and Asia put together, and he located it very carefully outside the Pillars of Hercules. The Pillars of Hercules are what we know now as the Straits of Gibraltar, and when you locate something outside the Pillars of Hercules, you are locating it in the Atlantic Ocean, just to the west of Spain and North Africa.
Atlantis was dominated by a vast, almost perfectly rectangular plain, surrounded on three sides by high, very beautiful mountains. Possessed of abundant natural resources, rare plants and precious flowers of every description, even elephants and other exotic animals, Atlantis was a land like no other, where the people wanted for nothing.
That sacred island, which then beheld the light of the sun, brought forth infinite abundance and the blessings of the earth.
Donnelly found evidence of Atlantis having existed in the similarity of plants, animals, and ancient cultures on both sides of the Atlantic Ocean.
We find on both sides of the Atlantic precisely the same arts, sciences, religious beliefs, habits, customs, and traditions. It is absurd to say that the people of the two continents arrived separately of precisely the same ends.
The pyramids in Mexico were very similar to the pyramids in Egypt. Their methods of writing, the hieroglyphics, were very similar. So he deduced from that there must be a common source, which must lie somewhere in between those two continents, therefore in the middle of the Atlantic.
But where in the Atlantic might the remains of the lost continent be?
Without a doubt, one of the most amazing things that I had ever seen in the bottom of the ocean, it was while filming for Blue Planet, it was in the Gulf of Mexico. And I noticed there's something out in the distance, couldn't tell exactly what, but it looked like a dark band. And as we approached it, the dark band became a donut. I saw this donut, it was black in the center. What the heck is that? And so, as we get closer and closer to it, I noticed that the black band had what appeared to be kind of steam over it. And then I looked, and there was water lapping against the shoreline. This band was a ring of mussels. And inside the ring of mussels was a lake. And it's like, wait a minute, I'm already underwater. And we went out over the water in this lake and tried to descend it, and bounced off, and bounced off, and bounced off. It was so super saline and dense that the submarine couldn't go down it. We literally bounced off, and as we bounced off, we sent ripples heading back to the shoreline. It was insane. I've never seen anything like it.
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tried to be a good boy, but I ain't a boy no more. I've seen some things that a man just can't ignore, and this world's gonna see what I'm standing for.
And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters. Let it separate the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and separated the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament." And it was so. He inscribes a circle upon the face of the waters. is I who keep steady the pillars. The world is established, it shall never be moved. Thou didst set the earth on its foundation. He made firm the skies above. It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in. The tree grew and became strong, and its top reached to the heavens, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth.
Where that?
Again, the devil took him to a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world.
(13:3), and it is he who spread out the earth. 15:19, and the earth we have spread it out, and set thereon firm mountains. 50:7, and the earth we have spread it out, and set thereon mountains standing firm. 79:30, and the earth moreover hath he extended. 88:20, and at the earth how it is spread out. 16:15, and he has set up on the earth mountains standing firm, lest it should shake with you. 21:31, and we have set on the earth mountains standing firm, lest it should shake with them. 31:10, he set on the earth mountains standing firm, lest it should shake with you. 88:18, and the sky, how it is raised high. 79:27-28, the heaven, on high hath he raised its canopy.
So you want to find the farthest point from that center. And it turns out sea level at the equator is farther away from the center of the Earth than sea level near the poles. It has nothing to do with global warming and melting of the ice caps.
Why is that?
Because Earth, we know it spins once a day. Yes, thank you. 3 people know how long a day lasts here.
Good for row number 2. They're off to a great start.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out.
Yeah.
Gets wider in the middle. And so Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning. And it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate. And officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above the equator.
A little chubbier.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah.
So, it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level.
from Manhattan. From Bear Mountain, New Jersey, 60 miles upstate. Where is the curvature? Where? No curvature. The buildings aren't curved over. Empire State Building is straight up. Straight. On the flat earth. Curvature. Where? Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I just want to show more definitive proof that you live on a flat earth. Now, you're looking at the Philadelphia skyline that was photographed 30 to 40 miles from Apple Pie Hill in New Jersey Pine Barrens. Now, this is just another impossibility that you'd see the Philadelphia skyline 40 miles away, approximately, on the horizon. Okay?
Samuel Burley Rowbottom, better known throughout the scientific community as Parallax. In 1881, he had published this book, Earth Not a Globe. Outlining dozens of experiments performed over many years, it quickly became the standard authority for anti-globularists. Perhaps the most significant experiments were those carried out on a canal known as the Old Bedford Level. Located in Cambridgeshire, England, the canal is perfectly straight over an uninterrupted 6-mile stretch. While there, Parallax conducted many experiments, all towards one conclusion: to prove that the surface of the water in the canal was indeed perfectly flat. In one experiment, a boat carrying a flag rode from one bridge to another 6 miles away. An observer with a telescope placed 8 inches above the surface of the water found that the flag and the boat were distinctly visible throughout the entire distance. If the Earth is a sphere with a circumference of 25,000 miles, then over a distance of 6 miles, the second bridge should mathematically be 16 feet below the observer's eye line.
You can see the New York City skyline from 60 miles upstate. in Bear Mountain. 60 miles upstate and you can see the Freedom Tower. No curvature. 60 miles away. This is Bear Mountain. Here's another image from Harriman State Park. Way upstate, about 60 miles from Manhattan. There's the Manhattan skyline on the flat earth. How could you see the Manhattan skyline perfectly flat from 60 miles away? How? Brothers and sisters, I want you to know that there is a spot in New Jersey, Washington's Rock, where with the right camera, you could see both skylines of New York and Philadelphia in opposite directions at the same time. New York City and Philadelphia are 120 miles apart, but yet from Washington's Rock in New Jersey, the Philly skyline and the New York skylines can both be visible at the same time in opposite directions.
time-lapse photography, the velocity of these clouds has been dramatically increased. While they were actually drifting over the mountains at approximately 27 miles per hour, they now have the appearance of moving at over 100, 4 times their normal speed. If the clouds were stationary and the Earth was revolving underneath them, this is how it would appear if the Earth was spinning at 100 miles per hour. Yet we're told that the Earth is spinning at 10 times that speed. Consider this. Those who maintain that the Earth is a globe that spins suggest that people standing at the equator are being whirled around at approximately 1,000 miles an hour. They further maintain that the Earth is spinning around the Sun at a speed of 67,000 miles per hour, and that our Sun is supposedly racing around the center of our galaxy at some 600,000 miles per hour. And yet, you and I both know that on many days it's possible to stand outside without a single hair being messed up by the breeze.
Hey, Shishi. Yeah, they get tough. Boom. Love y'all. Truth don't need no help and they gon' bend. Break no motherfucker, fold, black motherfucker, pal. And good morning. I said, boom.